I show 9:30.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Western Municipal Water District Board of Directors meeting. At this time, if I could remind everyone in our audience this morning, if you have a device on you, if you could please silence that during our meeting so that you are not that person. And a reminder to the board for our adopted policy over communication devices at the dais, if you could please silence your devices and remove any earbuds and silence any communication watches or anything else that you have as a reminder. That's greatly appreciated. Madam Secretary, if you could go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you. Good morning. Pursuant to Western Municipal Water District Resolution 3264, in an effort to protect the public health, prevent the spread of COVID-19, and because state and local officials are recommending measures to promote social distancing, the public may view this board meeting virtually, via Zoom, and in person. This meeting is being live streamed at WMWD.com and will be video recorded for on-demand viewing and broadcasting purposes. As stated on the agenda, members of the public who wish to comment on any item on the agenda may make comments in person, virtually via Zoom, or by submitting comments on the district's website. Comments received on the district's website before 4:30 p.m. December 20th, 2022 will be made part of the board meeting record. For those participating in the Zoom meeting who wish to provide public comments, please indicate such by using the raise hand feature, and we will call on you individually. For those participating by telephone who wish to provide public comment, you may do so by pressing *6 to unmute yourself and *9 to activate the raise hand feature. If there is more than one caller, you will be identified and called on one at a time. Any public comment will be limited to 3 minutes in duration. However, the presiding officer reserves the right to reduce the amount of time you will be allowed to speak to ensure that all members of the public have an opportunity to provide their comment. I will now take roll call for the meeting. Due to the complexity of conducting this meeting by Zoom and telephonically, I will not be taking roll call for staff members or the public at this time. Director Roten.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning. Director Rizvi.
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Good morning. Director Gardner.
Good morning, I'm present.
Good morning. Director Torres.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning. President Dinstedt.
Good morning, I am present.
Thank you. Good morning. President Dinstedt, you do have a quorum today.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and call up our employee who's going to be leading us in the pledge this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Tim Casey. I work for the Enterprise Asset Management Team, Warehouse Operations. I've been with Western 4 years now. If you would, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for the opportunity, Board.
Thank you very much. We certainly appreciate our employees continuing to come in here and lead us in the pledge. It's wonderful to see how many dedicated employees we have here at the district. Okay, now we'll go ahead and roll into public comments. Public comments are for any item which is not currently posted on our agenda today. So if you are here to speak or online joining us today on our live stream or on the Zoom application, we are here to take only public comment for any item which is not currently posted on our agenda. If you are here to speak on an agenda item today, we will wait and call upon you at that time in order to do your public comment on that particular item. Madam Secretary, is there anyone wishing to speak under public comment, general public comment this morning?
President Dinstedt, I see no requests to speak under general public comments on Zoom nor in the meeting, and I've received no written public comments for general statements.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and close that. We'll move on to the consent calendar. Is there any member of the board who wishes to have any consent calendar item pulled or discussed? Okay. Any member of the public wishing to comment on any consent calendar item today on our agenda?
I see no request to speak.
Okay, I'll bring it back up to the board for a motion.
Madam President, I would move approval of the consent calendar as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you very much. I have a motion from Director Gardner, a second from Director Roten. We'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Risby?
Yes.
Director Gardner?
Aye.
Director Torres?
Yes.
President Dinstead?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to items to be added to our agenda today. Good morning, Mr. Miller. Anything to add to our agenda today?
Good morning. Nothing to add today.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Legal Counsel. Anything to add to our agenda today?
Good morning, Madam President. No.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and move on to our action agenda this morning. We'll start off with 7A, an award for a construction contract. Mr. Miller.
Sure. Let me give a brief introduction, then Derek will give you the details. But this first action item is to award a construction contract to Borden Excavating Incorporated. Derek, can you give us the details?
Good morning, Board. This item is a continuation of our pipeline replacement program. These pipes are primarily located within the Mission Grove and Orange Crest areas of Riverside. These pipelines were selected for replacement due to a history of pipe leaks. The pipelines are made of asphalt wrapped steel, and asphalt wrapped steel has deteriorated to the point that the pipes must be replaced. Staff advertised the project for public bidding and opened bids on October 27th. We received 11 bids. The bids range from about $3.1 million to a bit over $6 million. The apparent low bidder is Borden Excavating of Calimesa, California, with a bid of $3,122,555. For comparison, the engineer's opinion of probable cost was $3,383,600. Staff requested and received 6 proposals for construction management and inspection services. A 3-member panel reviewed the proposals and found that TKE Engineering submitted the most qualified proposal. A breakdown of the project total cost is presented in the staff letter. The total requested budget for allocation is $4.4 million. So the staff is requesting 3 actions for this board. 1 is to approve the project budget of $4.4 million. 2, to award construction contract to Borden Excavating of Calimesa for $3,122,555. And 3, award a professional services contract to TKE Engineering at a cost of $350,754. We do have on the line representing Borden Engineering, Bryce Borden, and I was not able to check online if we had a representative from TKE, but if they are, we can certainly ask them to speak up. Oh, behind us. Oh, there we go. Hi. So,
Good morning.
Steve? Terry, okay, here. So, okay, great. So I now open this up to any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, Madam Secretary, do we have anyone wishing to comment on this item?
No, there are no requests to speak.
Okay, thank you. Is there any comment from our visitors on this project? Because I do have a question if they have any comments ahead of time, and I will bring it up to my colleagues to see if they have any questions. Any member of the board having questions on this? Okay, Director Risby?
Okay, so this project is a part of CIP project, right?
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted.
So, yes, good question. It's actually a CIP, but it's part of our asset replacement program.
Okay.
So these are pipes that have reached the expected, or their life expectancy. These are pipes that haven't worn well because of what they're manufactured from, and Derek highlighted the type of pipe it is. So because they're not reliable, they need to be replaced. But it is part of our very planned out asset replacement program in the CIP.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, questions? Questions, okay. I just had one question for both of the proposed awardees. I just wanted to know if, in reviewing all of the documentation, if you had any issues, questions, or concerns in regard to this bid proposal and completion of the project.
Do we want to, maybe
Bryce?
we could ask Borden if they'd like to comment first, and then TKE.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I have no comments. I'd like to thank you guys for awarding the contract, and we plan on working hard to deliver high-quality work.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, because I like on-time projects and on budget in the very least, and no change orders.
Of course.
Terry Renner from TKE.
I second that amendment.
Introduce yourself, please.
I will. Hi, my name is Terry Renner. I'm the Senior Vice President of TKE Engineering. I also would like to thank you for the opportunity to work with Western, and we've done plan check work for you guys, but never construction management. As far as your question, to answer that, there are some minor things that we've looked at in the plans that we would make recommendations for removing a valve that is set to be isolated and shut down, just to remove one more leak point, but nothing major. So as far as the plans go, we just have some minor little tweaks that we would like to see to try to help benefit the system that's being abandoned in the future.
Okay, fair enough, and I appreciate that. I would assume then that minor changes mean the monetary consideration will stay relatively flat.
There won't be any change.
Okay. That's what I like to hear. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay, looking for a motion.
I will make a motion to approve. I think we're doing the construction contract in the amount of $3,122,55 to Borden Excavating, and then a construction management professional service contract in the amount of $350 to TKE. And the project budget for $4.4 million. So I make that motion.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion to approve staff recommendations.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Director Risby, a second by Director Roten. Okay, any other questions? We'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Thank you. Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Risby?
Yes.
Director Gardner?
Aye.
Director Torres?
Yes.
President Dinstedt?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much, and thank you, sir, and congratulations, and we appreciate you being here today and all of that. We look forward to a successful project.
Thank you as well.
Okay.
Good color choice. Thank you.
Moving on to our action agenda for 7B, Legal Counsel.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, this item is a continuation of discussion that the board has had at the November 2nd, November 16th, and December 7th meetings. The item is a potential censure resolution for Vice President Torres. As I've indicated during previous board meetings, a censure is a legislative expression of disapproval. It's not a court case. It's not a civil case or a criminal case. It doesn't necessarily involve a finding of violation of law, although sometimes it does. In this case, the information in the staff report includes potential or alleged violations of the district's ethics policy. And so that information is before you in the staff letter and is also spelled out in the draft resolution of censure that's in the agenda packet. I know that at the last few board meetings, there have been some public comments about a decision referred to as the Baca decision, and so I wanted to briefly address that. The Baca decision is a case from a couple of decades ago involving the Moreno Valley School District. It involved a school district policy that purported to prevent the public from criticizing district staff. And the court, when reviewing that policy, said that that policy was a violation of the public's First Amendment. So the Baca case had nothing to do with censure. It had nothing to do with whether peace officers are in a board meeting room to keep the peace. It had to do with a policy that tried to restrict the public's ability to criticize the public agency. So I just wanted to kind of clear the air about that Baca decision that's been referenced a few times. Our code does provide that in addition to a simple censure, the board can impose sanctions on a censured board member. So for instance, the board could remove a board member from an officer position. The board can remove a board member from committee assignments or liaison assignments. Those are what are referred in our code as sanctions. It's important to remember that the board can do simply a censure without imposing those sanctions. So I'd recommend, if the board wants to take this item up, that you do it in a two-step process. First, consider whether you want to censure Vice President Torres, and then only if you decide to do that. But I recommend you move on to the issue of sanctions, because otherwise it kind of muddles the two and doesn't allow us to stay focused. So that'd be my recommendation if you would. As the board will recall, at the last board meeting, there was a discussion about our code provision dealing with sanctions, so I've included the text of that code section. Essentially what it says is that if the board does decide to impose sanctions, that at some point in the future, the board member can ask that those sanctions be removed. So I just wanted the board to know that if you do get there and if the board does impose any of the sanctions, there is a process in our code for reversing those sanctions. Again, you can just do the censure if that's the board's wish. And then also, I had mentioned at the last board meeting that I had never really seen a board reverse or remove just a censure, and Vice President Torres was kind enough to share with me a news article about the Banning Unified School District where they recently kind of reversed a censure. So there is precedent for that if the board wishes to think about that. Again, I'd encourage you to focus on what's on the agenda today and not put that cart before the horse, but just for your background and so that you know that that is an option at some future point should the board wish to go forward with a censure at today's board meeting. So that concludes my staff presentation. As I mentioned, there's information in the staff letter as well as the resolution in terms of the conduct that is being relied upon for the potential censure involving Vice President Torres over the last couple of years. And it'd be appropriate now to hear from Vice President Torres as well as the public and then take up the item as the board wishes.
Thank you very much. Director Torres.
Just like any other item, I'll wait until after public comment.
Okay, it would appear that Director Torres wishes for the public not to be informed about her comments that she wants to make. So we'll go ahead and move into public comment at this time. If you would like to comment on this board item, now would be the time to indicate that. If there are a member of audience who wishes to comment, please turn in a comment card to our board secretary up front. If there are members joining us on Zoom, if you would please raise your hand so that we might take a count of how many individuals wish to comment on this item so that we can determine whether or not we will have to reduce the speakers' times. Madam Secretary, if you could please give me a count of individuals in the room and on Zoom who wish to comment on this item.
President Dinstead, if I could have just a few seconds as hands are starting to be raised, so I want to give you an accurate count on Zoom. I currently have 2 requests to speak in the audience,
Okay.
and it would appear that there are 5 hands currently raised. That could change, but right now 5 hands are currently raised on Zoom, and I have 5 written comments. So that would make the total comments to be verbally provided to 12.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm going to do one additional call for any member of the public on Zoom who wishes to comment. Please raise your hand now so we can put your name on the list to comment under this item.
I see no additional requests.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and then keep the comments to 3 minutes. Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and call for members of the public who are present in the boardroom today.
Thank you. At this time, I'll call Debbie Walsh.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Debbie Walsh, and I'm against the censoring of Gracie Torres. She was elected in her district, I think it's 2, and the majority of the ratepayers are actually in her district. And so that was a big concern of the majority of the people voting for her, and most of the people on the board don't have that many ratepayers in their district. So it's pretty easy for most of them to justify rate changes. So Gracie has been an advocate for her district and the ratepayers of the Western Municipal Water District. The Western Municipal Water District charges almost twice as much for their water as Eastern, which is next door, and all the other districts that are nearby. And most of the people don't think that's justified. Why she is the only one up here, apparently, who's asking all these questions. Why are we paying so much money for water when everybody else in the other districts are paying far less? And I think that's one of the reasons that everybody loves her as a representative. She represents the people. And I think that's one of the reasons that we think that she's the one up here basically challenging what's going on. And I think that is the reason that she should stay uncensored. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call Ana Gonzalez, please.
Hello, good morning, members of the board, Madam President, staff, and community. My name is Ana Gonzalez. I'm the president of the Chicano Latino Caucus of San Bernardino County, an organization that has not once but twice endorsed Ms. Torres, and we are here in full opposition of this ridiculous censure that has been brought up by members of the board as a way to waste time when we should really be focusing on how we help our ratepayers to bring them clean water and affordable rates to just survive. And here we are, right before the holidays, having this ridiculous discussion. As I mentioned before in previous comments, Ms. Torres was overwhelmingly selected by the voters to represent them in her district. Approximately 47% are Latino. And it has been a culture of this board to not have Latino representation until recently. And we are very proud of the work that Ms. Torres has brought to her district, not only in her district, but throughout the Inland Empire. She also serves as a board member to a very awesome environmental justice organization, and she has spent tirelessly amounts of hours to ensure that we're not only drinking clean water, but breathing clean air. And so this is an unjust and unfair, discriminatory, and I don't even know what other words to say of how awful this item is. And it should not be brought forth anymore. It should be completely tabled or canceled completely. This is a waste of time. And then this time that we're having for meetings, maybe that's the conversations we should be having. How do we make these meetings more accessible to our community members that are hardworking families that have to work and don't get the chance to attend these meetings because of the working hours? This is a ridiculous time to meet as well. So I am in full opposition of this item. This is very discriminatory. It is obvious there is a racial bias here, and it is unacceptable. Do better. Thank you.
That concludes the members to speak in the audience. Would you like me to go to the Zoom calls, President Dinstedt, or should I read the written comments?
No, let's go to the Zoom
Thank you.
calls first. Thank you.
At this time, we'll ask Paloma Montez.
Thank you, everyone that's present, for this opportunity to speak. I'm calling in opposition of censoring Member Torres. From what it sounds like, Member Torres is consistent in doing her job and using an eye that brings attention, that brings questions that need to be made at your dais. And I find it unfair, and it edges into harassment, what you're doing and the behavior that's been brought towards Member Torres. The accusations of violating any ethics complaints. I do wonder about the ethics process, or any processes that are in place to look at ethics violations, and why the haste to bring forward censoring of one of your colleagues, who, again, consistently does her job. So as a person that is represented by Ms. Torres, and my family is also represented by her, we fully support and appreciate all the work that Member Torres does, and urge you to vote against the censoring of Member Torres. Again, we deeply appreciate her representation on the board as a vocal opposer of any rate increases, and someone that really has our entire district's just best interest at heart and on the dais. So please vote against the censoring of Member Torres, and I appreciate the time and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call Barbara Ankley.
Good morning. I was trying to get my camera unmuted. I will reiterate what I've said in previous board meetings about this topic. This is not censorship, it is censure, and is solely focused on Director Torres's inappropriate conduct and behavior. It is not about her First Amendment rights or her race or that she is a woman. Discussing these items means that they are trying to distract you from the issue. Based on the documentation provided, it is clear that Director Torres has violated Western's ethics policy on numerous occasions. I might add that she, along with all other board members, voted for this policy. Her inappropriate behavior and the consequences of that behavior must be addressed. This censure is supported by the facts presented. As I stated in previous meetings, the goal here is a genuine change in behavior so that the board, the staff, and the public can have the confidence that going forward, Director Torres will conduct herself at all times in a professional and respectful manner. I urge you to vote for censure, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. I'll now call Catherine Elliott.
Good morning. I am a Western customer and ratepayer who supports the censure motion. I am very concerned that this process has been lengthened and inflamed by the repeated accusations of racism. I do know that racism can be insidious, subtle, and it lurks in places that many do not see. But in this case, the issues at hand are very straightforward: basic respect and professionalism. In her role as a board member and vice president, Director Torres has repeatedly shown a lack of respect toward others that goes even beyond the instances that have been cited in the board packet. I have personally witnessed this several times in person pre-pandemic because I've been attending meetings for years, as well as on Zoom. This behavior has been brought to her attention numerous times, but it does continue. As the board considers censure, I ask that each of you theoretically place your child or loved one in the position of being on the other side of Director Torres's behaviors or comments. I hope that you will agree with me that having this occur at the hands of an elected representative in a professional environment like Western is unacceptable, and it needs to be stopped. My hope is that this censure will help Director Torres to stop. I understand that being a Latina is very important to Director Torres, and I applaud her pride in her heritage. This motion to censure is not being done because she's Latina. It is being done because of the pattern of disrespectful and unprofessional behavior that she has demonstrated. I have known other professional Latinas who conduct themselves in a respectful and professional manner, and I do not think that being a Latina excuses Director Torres' behavior. To you, Director Torres, please know that being more respectful towards others will make you a more effective advocate for your constituents and all Western customers as you enter your second term on the Western Board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll now call Kenny Parada.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Kenny Parada. I'm a representative with United Food and Commercial Workers Union Local 1167. I live in Division 1. I'm calling this morning in strong opposition to item 7B, Resolution 3265. Our union has worked with Vice President Torres on countless occasions. She's always been honest, hardworking, and most importantly, she's always been maintained the highest level of respect for all those that she meets. I hope that the board recognizes that the Vice President Torres, I hope that the board recognizes all that Vice President Torres has done for our community, not only for the residents that she represents, but for our community that admire her hard work. For all those reasons, we would ask you to vote no on this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll now call Frank Montez.
Good morning, board and members of the community. Again, here we are continuing with this nonsense. I've listened to many of the callers and saying that this is not about racism. The problem with racism is that the folks that don't see it and think it's okay, that's the problem. Most racists do not see and understand racism because that's natural for them. I guess you guys don't like, the problem is not what she said, it's how you say it. You probably would like her to bow down every time, but the thing is, we all speak different. We all try to get our point across as individuals. That seems to be a problem with most of this board understanding that. Again, like I said, the problem with racism is that you don't see it. It's natural for you. Now, this is pure harassment. There has been no investigation or any findings. I recommend that the board gets an independent firm to investigate these claims because the board is definitely conflicted. Also, legal counsel cannot do this investigation because he is conflicted. The other thing is I recommend that this board undergo parliamentary training and ethics training and also diversity and inclusion training. This is a power grab. This is members of this board trying to keep control. I was present last year when you guys stopped Ms. Torres from becoming president. And Mr. Gardner, I spoke with you on the phone and you said that you were going to work with her this year so she can take the presidency. All that time, you guys never had planned to give her the presidency because you guys have made up your mind since last year to stop this. Again, I've listened to the members of the community and this is normal. You don't see it. The other thing is the community has remedies for this. It's called the recall. And I can assure you, you guys continue with this nonsense, that's the next step for the community. Again, this is retaliation because she called out the nonsense that's going on the board. And Director Torres, keep doing your job. Call it out. Call it out. I wonder how many of you have raised concerns of other elected officials when they speak in different tones and different manner. We are all different. Respect that. Again, we are not going anywhere. This is not going to stay the way it is. Drop this nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call Gabby Mendez. Is that? Okay. She had her hand raised on Zoom and she's actually in person now.
Thank you so much for allowing me the time to speak. Gabby Mendez, I'm a resident of Moreno Valley, actually. I'm here in opposition of censoring of member Gracie Torres. I am a community member that has been supported by Gracie for a very long time. And as some of the folks who have spoken on her behalf, I find this rather offensive to her and her work and her passion for community. And like we said, this is something that is happening due to courageous conversations, but I think that it's highly inappropriate to have discussions over an individual personally in a whole boardroom with the rest of the colleagues. I think this is something that should be handled properly. I don't know the proper etiquette, but I think this is something that should be handled privately as an individual is on stand. However, I'm here to support Gracie Torres and advocate for her as she advocates for all of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll return back to Zoom. I see a hand raised for an unidentified phone caller, just says iPhone.
That's me. This is Giovanni Aguilera speaking. Again, I'm here to support Gracie Torres. I've heard a lot of conversations. I know one of the people spoke up talking about how, this isn't about race and it's not racism. I think it has all to do with, race and racism. I see white fragility and, I think a lot of these issues are sensitive issues. And I see that the way that Gracie Torres carries herself is a very professional manner. And I think that she advocates for many communities who don't have, the voice to necessarily speak up and voice their opinions. So I'm in full support of Gracie Torres. And, I hope that these issues, get handled in a more professional manner. Thank you.
Thank you. This would be the last. Oh, I see Hafsa. We'll call Hafsa.
Yeah, hi, good morning, everyone. I'm here on the call in support of Gracie Torres. I find it really ridiculous that there would be a public-like hearing humiliating a person of color or a Latino woman that serves our community and has been doing it efficiently for quite some time. So I find whatever issue there is should be handled internally and not in this manner, because it really does exude a level of discrimination and racism. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I'll now call Liz Senya.
Good morning, Liz Sena here, strongly advocating for Gracie Torres. She is an amazing advocate for the community, and it's really disheartening to have to be in this situation. It's unfortunate that we continue to see situations that have racial undertones just for the simple fact of speaking truth to power and calling out things that need to be called out. And if it's making certain individuals feel uncomfortable, then those individuals really need to go back to the drawing board. And I continue to support Gracie Torres, and I encourage her to remain strong and to continue advocating and being the powerful stronghold she is. Thank you.
Thank you. This will be the last call for verbal public comments on this item. Seeing no further requests to speak, Director Denstedt, I'll now move to the written comments to be read out loud. Thank you. The first comment is from Beverly Arias. Please read aloud. Directors, managers, president, please can we move forward with water business? I stand on my comment as last time. We were given a great presentation by President Lumbaugh and how you all are doing great things to meet the needs of our growing population and ensure continued safe water for us constituents. He stated that you all are utilizing the $2 billion in the budget in effective ways. Then we have this ridiculous censure that has been nothing more than a witch hunt and blatant harassment towards Director Torres. Can we please move forward and concentrate on water business like you have been doing and stop wasting time and resources on this deliberate harassment? Can you please concentrate on making next year a better year for another great report to put us on the map for great efforts on water business, not on blatant, unfounded attacks towards Director Torres? Please, one of your many constituents. End of comment. The next comment is from Francis Vasquez. Comment reads, Dear WMWD board members, as a Western Municipal Water District Division 1 constituent, I respectfully request a no vote on agenda item 7B. WMWD Director Gracie Torres does not deserve to be censured. Indeed, she should be commended for her due diligence in her work on the Western Municipal Water District Board. About 60% of the voting public approves the work that Director Torres has done by re-electing her this past November. Her constituents, the ratepayers, support her work. Moreover, Director Torres's actions and demeanor toward her WMWD colleagues and staff are appropriate given the hostile environment she has endured. The public should be aware that ratepayers are funding this retaliatory censure proposal because an elected member of the district took action to address this and other improprieties. We constituents will not stand for retaliation and harassment of members seeking transparency and accountability from a board that apparently has been unchecked for far too long. Based on observations of previous board meetings, I highly recommend that the WMWD Board of Directors and staff participate in ethics training and parliamentary procedures. I respectfully request that my letter be read out loud during public comments at the December 21st, 2022 Western Municipal Water District regular board meeting. Thank you sincerely, Francis J. Vasquez, Riverside resident. End of comment. The next comment is from Justin Langford. The board presidents and board members, please read this email out loud. I would like you to each reconsider the action against Director Torres against censuring her. I have watched for years how the board of WMWD operates, and this is the first time I have been made aware of any tension. After reading the article and online items, I truly believe that this action is unwarranted and beneath each of you. A board is only as good as its leadership, meaning if there is any tension, it certainly is coming from the leader of the board. A true leader would not publicly humiliate those appointed to work with as she does to Director Torres. I heard this was also the case at the last board meeting where members of the public were made to stand outside to watch the oath for Director Torres. Shameful. Please keep your house in order and realize that it begins at the top. Vote no. Thank you, Justin. End of comment. The next comment is from Ashley Kasem. Please read in public. I hope this holiday season finds you well despite the unfortunate board actions you have today. Today, I am writing to you as a mother and Riverside resident concerned about the lack of transparency by not just the board, but also by the General Counsel. Please take my comments seriously and note that what the public sees is an attempt to silence a board member speaking public about problems she is witnessing. Every board letter and even the censure letter is vague and poorly written, which is the original complaint by board member Torres. To the general public, this looks like collusion to silence said board member, and you should do so. In the last board meeting, one of the board members mentioned showing Gracie. This is your chance to show justice and fairness now. Do not vote censorship or Torres. Thank you and have a good Christmas. End of comment. The next comment is from Jackson Wright. Dear Western Municipal Water District board members, please read this aloud. I am a Western Municipal Water District Division 4 constituent. I ask that a sanction or that no resolution to censure Western Municipal Water District board member Gracie Torres does not take place. More than 60% of the voting public is happy with the job that Director Gracie Torres is doing, which is evidenced by the election results in her district. A censure is not supported by the ratepayers, voters, or the public. In fact, this action has only united in supporting her as she has stood with us in her speaking out for our interests. Vote against this censure today and move on from this waste of time. J. Wright. End of comment. And the last one is from A. Chavez. Please read out loud. You clearly do not like to be questioned, or the resolution would not be so vague and punitive. The public should be aware that ratepayers are funding this retaliatory censure because an elected district member took action to address this. End of comment. President Denstead, I do see one additional hand now raised in the Zoom meeting, which I'll call. Maribel Nunez.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you once again, Board, for allowing me to speak. My name is Maribel Nunez. Mr. Mike Gardner is my representative here. I live in downtown. And just want to reiterate, pretty much majority of people that are speaking today are definitely in support of not moving this forward for the dignity of, the Western Municipal Board. So please, Western Water Board, and we really ask that you consider, reconsider this because it's really going to make an impact, for other people wanting to run for office and just being targeted being a Latina. This does not look good. So I think you guys need to really think about that. We're going to definitely move on action. We're already reaching out to a couple of legal entities if this moves forward, because we feel like just because Board Director, Vice President brought up issues of the Brown Act, I think you guys need a little bit more support to know what Brown Act is and violations of that. And then also the agenda takes forever to be pulled up for us to see it. So there's so many violations that we're going to move forward, and whatever depends what happens today. This is not something that we're going to let go. We're going to write a lot of letters of op-ed to different media outlets. I know there's some that have been already happening. So this is definitely not going to go away. And then we're not going to forget, the next time there's elections as well. And if we need to recall some of you guys, we probably might end up doing that. So we cannot let this happen. Thank you so much, Maribel Nunez. And again, Mike Gardner is my water board representative. Thank you so much.
I have one more person in the audience. I'll call Kathleen Granillo.
Good morning and Merry Christmas. I am Kathleen Granillo. First and foremost, I am a proud American. My dad was a former Vietnam vet who has passed away and laid to rest here down the street at the Veterans Cemetery. I also am a Latina. I'm a mother. I'm a business owner. I'm a proud business owner. And I also have the opportunity to work with Gracie Torres. On several boards, I've worked with her personally. I've seen her ethics. I've seen how she operates with diverse groups of people. And this here is honestly a waste of our taxpayer money, time, and just ultimately harassment. I do feel that this could have been handled behind closed doors in another manner, ethically, and this is unfair and unjust. I know what the potential is and how you can work as a team and what that looks like overall, and I ask that you really take this off your docket or what it is you intend on doing to Ms. Torres. You cannot censor this woman. She is out for us, she cares for us, she's one of us, and she's here for the community. And if you guys get a chance to get to know her, I know you've known her for a couple years now, but at a whole nother level, that she cares about the community. And I ask that you see that and take this off. It's not worthy of our time, it's unjust, and it's unfair. I'm coming to you, again, as a community member, as a business owner, and as somebody who has seen this person work in our community and walk hundreds of miles and sweat, tired, with a family to raise. This is unjust and unfair. Please do not do this to her. I ask that you see it and you take this and you understand that this woman has been through a lot in order to sit in this position, and give her the dignity and the pride that she deserves in order to do her job. This is not it. Thank you again for your time, and you have a very Merry Christmas.
Thank you. At this time, I'll have the last call for public comment. Seeing no further requests, Director Dinstead, I request that the public comment period be closed.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public comment period. Thank you for your comments today. This time, we'll bring it back up to the dais to Director Torres.
So sorry. Thank you, President Dunstead. Okay, so bear with me. I did exactly what I said I would do. Excuse me, I'm gonna turn this down. I said I would do with the time that was given, the extra time that was given. the resolution did not change as indicated last meeting, so. I want to begin just in my comments, and they're long, so please bear with me. There is a lot alleged on me and now it's even more public. So I have no other choice but to defend myself. I want to just point out three things as I make comments, actual patterns of behavior. The first is humiliation, retaliation, and outright and overt actions against me by our board president. And this is just one example, and I have more. And in my time on the board, I have had the opportunity to do the same to a few of my board members, and I have chosen to keep this type of these types of meetings out of the public eye, not because I didn't think there was wrongdoing or anything like that, but because our job is to serve you and serve water, not to attack or police each other, which is something that I've mentioned before, and I have examples. And lastly, I want you to pay attention closely to what I'm being accused of. It's my behavior and conduct, the types of things that I say, or the way I say things, and I want to essentially make the case that if that is censure-worthy, then so are a lot of the actions that have taken place just in the last 3 meetings from this censure. And then I have other. So I start that with a quote from the press enterprise given by Director Gardner, which said, "I'll have to cry." Oh, that's not the quote. His quote says, it's unnecessary. It really has nothing to do with censure. It says, sorry, I lost it. Essentially, he said if any other board member was to behave in the same manner, they would be up for censure also. And so, essentially, I'm going to call that to question today. I have read all the materials provided to me, and I fully understand the severity of being censured by one's colleagues, particularly when the censure is based on allegations that I violated the district's ethics policy, essentially calling me unethical. Hence, in effect, defining my character. It is stigmatizing, humiliating, and could lead to significant sanctions, such as the denial of appointments to committees, which allow me to represent my constituents. Board officer selection. I do want to note that Division II has not had executive leadership as president in over 6 years. And a limitation on travel, among other things, which allow me to grow as a board member. As such, I want to quote our own policy. A decision of censure or impose other sanctions with respect to significant charges based on substantial evidence requires the majority of the majority vote of the board. Our legal counsel has said on several occasions that yes, this is not a trial. They do not need to have findings or lawful or have done anything unlawful, but our own policy asks for this, one that we unanimously adopted just a few meetings ago. It's based on substantial evidence. So this censure, again, has to be based on substantial evidence. So now I want to address each of the actions on censure resolution that my colleagues believe violates and makes me unethical. The first one is on 216. I'm actually confused about this, and I will probably have to ask legal counsel to clarify. And the resolution in today's board meeting, it says it happened during a board meeting where I asked not to be mansplained to. But in the original board letter, it said it happened in closed session. Because of that change, one says closed session, the other did not say closed session. I did watch the meeting in its entirety twice, and nowhere in public did I say the words mansplaining. I mentioned before that I did not remember saying those comments, so I assume it was in a closed session meeting. I do not have specific recollection of making the comment, and hence I actually went over the entire meeting. Excuse me. As I mentioned, the prior meeting notes called it in closed session. So council, this is a question to you. If it is legally permissible to disclose closed session comments in this resolution, am I able to discuss, or is somebody able to discuss what the meeting was about to maybe help me with my memory? If somebody had taken notes during the meeting, my understanding that that is not permissible, but again, there is not substantial evidence, as I can in all honesty say that I do not remember saying this, and at least one of our board members was not with us yet. So again, if there were notes taken, please produce, and if not, please advise on what was the topic so that I can go back and remember.
Do you mean to answer that now or at the end of your presentation?
Right now.
Okay, so the Brown Act does prohibit disclosure of confidential information out of closed session. I don't think that the referenced phrase or the general context in which it was allegedly made would be considered confidential information. You are certainly willing to ask any of the other board members. I wasn't there at the closed session, so I don't know what the closed session was about. You can always ask another board member or the general manager which closed session that was or what the subject was so that you know. But so as long as you're not disclosing those other conversations and what the subject was to the public, if it wasn't otherwise listed on the agenda, then that's not a problem under the Brown Act.
All I'm looking for is substantial evidence. So if there were notes, if somebody in this board in that closed session took notes, our policy calls for substantial evidence. I guess I will give time to whoever wrote down those notes or has that in their recollection what the board meeting was about, but I do not remember saying that. And I, again, watched the video twice to see why I would have said it. In any event, I do stand with my conviction, and it would not have been the first time my board members have heard me address and the condescending nature in which the general manager had talked to me, not just me, members of the public, but as well as other elected officials in the community. On 5.5, with regard to the comment I made, and this time it was an open session, so I was able to rewatch. Director Roughton, again, was not yet our board member. At the beginning of the meeting, Craig Miller had announced that there would be modifications to the agenda. So essentially, I had been asking for almost 2 years to bring an agenda item forward with support from the staff to create a community water council, essentially a way for us to engage the community, in my opinion, better. It had not been brought up. COVID was also a deterrent of that. When it was finally brought up, the board packet letter did not give very many details. I was not involved in creating it, and in my opinion, was it was embarrassing to me and my professionalism. I had asked for that item to be removed prior to the meeting. which again, Craig Miller announced would happen. Director Danstad nearly interrupted him. I want to point out that I am being accused of interrupting my colleagues. Director Danstad, and for good measure, this was 5-5. You can start this conversation at minute 3:46, right at the beginning of the meeting. Director Danstad nearly interrupted him, noting they would be taking public comment. At the time, our legal counsel then interjected and explained that per the Brown Act, because it had been removed from the agenda, we did not need to take public comment on that item. After explaining that several times, Director Danstad, Jeff Ferre at the time asked if I wanted to keep it pulled. I said yes. So not only had I made it clear that I was not ready to discuss the item, legal counsel had made it clear that when the item would come up, we'd take public comment, of course, for that specific item. Director Danstad was adamant in finding out why I had pulled the item. This is just one example of her very pointed humiliation, using the power that she has as board president to change agendas, to change the formalities, to change the procedures, and most of the time it is to target and or humiliate me. At this time, Director Danstad asked for comments for the board, and there were none. Instead of moving to the next item as counseled, Director Danstad began her attack on me by stating, I understand that we have a request to pull an item, and I am a little surprised and taken aback, Director Torres. You were so adamant to add this item for at least a year. It had been 2 years. Then clarified that I was under the impression, that I was under the impression that I would have spoken with staff about this before a letter came out with what I was looking for. Director Danstad reported that she was not aware that staff had the intentions to work with me and that the item was agendized so Director Torres could provide input. Again, the meeting was 5/5/2021. You are welcome to go. Actually, it's not in the meeting minutes because it was pulled, so you wouldn't find the original board letter. Director Danstad responded that instead of tabling the item and moving on, which is protocol under the Roberts Rules of Order, Director Danstad continued her attack and restated how I was so adamant at the last board meeting about this item being agendized, and now I was pulling it. I stated that Director Danstad was convoluting the message. I had personally been asking to work with staff on this letter, and when we had not done that and it still ended up on the agenda, of course I would pull the item. But she was adamant and kept pushing until I essentially had to point out the indiscrepancies. Yes, I said talking out of both sides of your neck, because it was inconsistent that for many items that are pulled, she doesn't question. But the one that I pull that I felt was not ready and a little embarrassing to be put out, she was adamant in making sure that the public knew that that item needed to be talked on. I'm assuming there were members of the public she knew that were going to speak on that item. Jeffrey interjected, noting that this is not necessary to further discuss the item, as the item had been pulled and could be re-agendized for future discussion. I point all this out because the chair's responsibility is to conduct an orderly meeting, and instead the chair chose to wield her power and position to try and point out, and in the meantime, succeeded in bullying me towards an answer, making and repeating condescending statements about the agenda item instead of just tabling it or just pulling it. The chair could have and should have prevented all of that from ensuing. Discussing following notification of pulling the item was clearly to pick a fight. All of this took place before I had said that she was speaking out of both sides of her neck. in which she clarified that it's both sides of her mouth. Maybe it wasn't a great choice of words, but it is frustrating to hear that one excerpt of that entire meeting is pulled and now used for my censuring, when, in all honesty, the behavior began with President Dunstead. At this point, unfortunately, the director for representative interjected and requested that this item just be tabled and let's please move on. October 30, 2021, there was an anonymous letter written towards me. Again, there are patterns of behavior. One of which is when there is a new policy, there often is something, an anonymous letter or an anonymous email or something that comes towards me that is now then brought up to this board or threatened to be brought up to this board. This anonymous letter you can find in the board packet. First time I've ever seen an anonymous letter be put in a board packet, but it can be found in the board packet for the November 16th meeting of last month. Essentially, there was a social media post that I had placed, not knowing that there was a new staff policy that we could not post our staff. I removed the post as asked. For some reason, Director Dunstead felt the need to add this letter, although it came from an anonymous source. When I asked if that source could be investigated, it couldn't, of course. It's hard to do so. But does not provide substantial evidence against me, because we don't know who wrote that letter. We don't know if what they wrote was truthful. And so, again, just another example of an item that does not provide substantial evidence of my behavior. But it does provide evidence of another pattern of humiliation. That letter did not need to be put in the board packet, but Director Dunstead felt it should, just maybe so the public can see, that people don't like me or they didn't like the way I behaved. But it was an anonymous letter. And I have examples of other anonymous letters that have just been swept, not brought up ever. And so, again, a pattern of humiliation is what I want to point out. Since now my colleagues are relying on anonymous letters, and as a recent censure me, I would like to point out to the many letters and formal complaints that have not been taken up for censure because they did not meet substantial evidence standard for censure. Maybe our legal counsel has an opinion, but frankly, I question his advice as he allowed this letter to be included in the board packet. And so I do have examples of anonymous letters that have formal complaints and were never brought up by our board president. Here's one on one of my colleagues that alleges that they lied on the dais. They lied on the dais about watching a video, and at the time when there were no videos yet available. This person formally makes a complaint and asks for it to be brought up at the next meeting. Our board president decided not to do so. Again, this is not about that board member, but about the board president's actions that are clearly targeted of me. Closed session, so 1117 talks about me walking out of a meeting. Again, you are the ones that mentioned closed session. And so on the November 17th, 2021 meeting, I did leave the meeting because I did not want to be a part of a closed session where a good attorney or our former counsel was being evaluated. Jeff Ferre dealt with issues in a fair manner, and that did not sit well with our board president. So his evaluation was up. When I realized the direction at which this meeting was going, I left. By the way, I did not storm out and I did not slam the door. These are the types of sexist descriptions that public is outraged about, because all too often, only women are talked about storming out. Very rarely will you hear of a man storming out. And that it just did not happen. I was upset, but I just said why. Harassment. Okay, so October 5th, 2022. I do want to start with a few comments that my board president made, where she talked about a hostile work environment. She, in the resolution, it talks about harassment. Director Mike Gardner talked about bullying, all of which have very specific definitions. Especially under the Equal Employee Opportunity Code. The definition, all employees who complain about harassment have the right from their workplace to take it seriously by having an investigation performed. If this censure was actually about protecting staff, the least the board should do is call for an investigation, but that did not happen. Instead, Director Denstead exploited this opportunity to continue to humiliate and harass me, including with a letter she read on the dais of examples she was clearly eager to disparage me, full of lies and half-truths, and I will address those later. Harassment has a very specific definition, as does hostile work environment and as does bullying. Harassment, though, which is actually in the resolution, is unwelcome conduct that is based on race, color, religion, sex, including sexual orientation, gender identity, or pregnancy, national origin, older age, disability, genetic information. Harassment becomes unlawful where, one, enduring the offensive conduct becomes a condition of continued employment, and two, the conduct is severe or pervasive enough to create a work environment that a reasonable person would consider intimidating, hostile, or abusive. Anti-discrimination laws also prohibit against individuals in retaliation for filing a discrimination charge, testifying, or participating in any way of an investigation, proceeding, or lawsuit under the laws, or opposing employment practices that they are reasonably believed discriminate against individuals. This is a very, very specific definition, which requires an investigation and for findings to be substantiated before you can say that somebody did this to another person. We haven't awarded anyone the opportunity to go through that, but rather exploited whatever feelings, I don't remember the exact words on the resolution, came up. Instead, we pushed this through as quickly as we could so that we could censure Director Torres. Just listening to the description, yes, I'm not an employee of this firm, but just listening to the description should put into light that is exactly what Director Denstead continues to do to me by humiliating me over and over again. There was no need to mention my 2 FPPC mistakes, as they were mistakes that I did as a brand new board member and a candidate. But of course, she made sure that they were included in this letter to humiliate me. She personally called the person I asked to do a ceremonial swearing in and asked him not to come, so that, and did not agendize a swearing in, and me and my friends and family had to stand outside so that that person who was doing me a favor could still conduct the oath. Hadn't ever been done before. That had never been done before. She put the anonymous letter, again, which proves nothing, but is a form of humiliation. Just today, when I wanted to follow regular protocol and talk after the public gave comment, she alleged that I was trying to hide something from the public. But just remember, I'm being censured because of the way I say things. What about the way she says things? Indicating that I'm hiding something from the public when that wasn't the case, right? You can see now how long this is. Why wouldn't I wait till after the public? And I know most of you are going to watch this, and now that it's been on the Press Enterprise, you'll probably read it later. So if this is really about a pattern of behavior, I want to call into question the board members that truly believe that and ask when we are going to address these patterns of behavior. Anonymous letters that we receive, anonymous PRAs that I receive not just here at Western but at my work, anonymous FPPC complaints that have come forth. These are similar to the anonymous letters that were received by Met when the first Latino was up for his election. I'll leave that. With that being said, my comments on October 5th meeting were not directed at staff, which my board members know because I have expressed that explicitly, but towards the author of the item at hand. I do not understand why a city board member cannot scrutinize the work of our legal counsel, who is also the reviewer of our board packets, by calling out multiple spelling mistakes and grammatical errors after it had not been posted properly online. My concern that day was that we were trying to push policy through too quickly for the public to comment. Nothing more and nothing less. How my comment about his work resulted in a closed session description as significant exposure to litigation after no investigation was awarded to any staff member is very confusing to me. I'll leave that there. With regard to the October 19th meeting, October 19th, it says, allegation that I referred to the staff as biased. I'm going to bring it up just because it happened to be what I was doing this week while I was reviewing. But the documentary about Meghan Markle came out, and one thing that I found very interesting was that they would use excerpts of things she would say and turn them completely around, and led to them leaving their positions. This was an excerpt of something that I said when the reality, what I was saying is that our legal counsel and staff were the most objective out of everyone on this dais. That we were discussing our censuring policy, actually, and self-reporting. I held on to the fact that, held on to the belief that I thought our legal counsel should be involved because I thought they were objective. And in my comments, I said, yes, of course they could be biased, not because I believe they are or believed they were, but because they are human beings. And again, Director Danstad took those words, exploited the opportunity, and put them in the letter, not because she really believes that I believe they're biased, but because she wanted to further her humiliation of me. Finally, in regard to the November 2, 2022 board meeting, gender comments, the gender-based comments. In her continued effort to bully and harass me, Director Denstad admonished my comments regarding how it is disheartening that often men will question a woman's qualifications, which is fact. It's something that you can absolutely Google, and there are statistics towards. I did make that comment. Not only did I state two facts, they were two men who questioned my qualifications leading up to the election, and again, it is very researchable that this does often happen to women. But just these comments were not dissimilar to the underhanded allegations Director Denstead made about her callings on the Met Board. And because I want to show exactly how unfair this is, I will play those comments for you.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Jeez. I'm sorry. I have a lot of tabs open. Here it is. These are gender-based comments, exactly like the ones I am being accused of and up for censuring.
Met update, so we had committee meetings last week. Chairwoman Gray has sought to have a waiver granted for a third term. That waiver was voted on to forward it to the full board for discussion at the executive committee, and so we'll be discussing that next week. The chairperson position will be voted on to begin the term in January of 2023 for a two-year service in the chair position. So the board will be voting on that person.
I'm just for clarification, what's a waiver mean? That she's not going to serve a third term, or she wants to serve a third term?
She wants to serve a third term, and there has been a policy that was put in place that limits a two-term maximum, I guess, and she has sought a waiver to do that. There was some pushback from the community that was, in my opinion, wholeheartedly unfair for a categorization. I actually contacted Met staff and asked for the history of the chair position person and if this was an unprecedented move. It in fact is not. And it has in fact been accomplished 6 other times. And why they're making an issue now is kind of perplexing to me. And in fact, one of the Los Angeles representatives served for 25 years as the chairperson in the early history of Metropolitan. Another one served over a decade in that capacity, and then there were
Was this
additionals.
before or after that policy, the term policy?
So I didn't get an answer to that. So, but I know that Randy Record, our partner over at Eastern, received consideration and exceeded the 2-year term, the two-year limits. And Jack Foley had done that, Phil Pace had done that, which are all in recent years.
Right.
So it's interesting to me that they are making a decision and trying to categorize it, and she's under the gun for this, because I don't numerally say this, but for allowing a deference for several men that preceded her, and then call into question why she wants to do it, it seems to be a inequitable situation. So
when I did state my concerns, when I stated my qualifications after the board meeting, I asked Director Denstead, wait, how is this different from what you said about your Met colleagues? And she had alleged that during the election, there were racist and sexist comments made towards Gloria Gray by her board members. So I, of course, went back to watch that meeting, and not once did any board member bring up anything about her gender or her race. But she did feel the need to come to our dais and make the same comments. And if those are her beliefs, that's different. But I have yet to see the censure letter of behavior for Director Denstead doing exactly what I am accused of doing as a pattern of behavior. Also, from November 2nd, I still do believe that the meeting agenda was posted in violation of the Brown Act, as it is being investigated by the district attorney now. In fact, the letter was sent to the district detailing the basis for the violation and pursuant to the Brown Act, demanding that the district address this problem. The district has not yet cured and created the issue and the items, but instead the general counsel sent me a letter telling me that I may be sued for suggesting that the district staff has not complied with the Brown Act, and threatening that the district would not provide me with legal defense for this. I do want to remind you about the definition of harassment, where it talks about retaliation for speaking up, and that is what I am being accused of. But here, very clearly, that letter that was made to open to the public explains the same nature. Finally, the resolution that the board does not intend to impose sanctions at this time, but rather that the board reserves the right to consider censure, making future decisions, including but not limited to board officer selection committee and interagency liaison appointments, or having Western reimbursed travel restricted. This is a complete violation of my due process, so if censured today, the board can impose sanctions at any time in the future based on their own conclusions, with no foreseeable time to uncensure that I can abstainly violated the district's ethics policy. Again, legal counsel needs to provide better advice on this, because I have, as I have noted and been advised, that Section 6, dealing with imposing sanctions in the future on the censure proceedings, not only violates our own adopted policy, it is clearly a violation of my due process rights. I do have, this is just based on the resolution, but I did want to take this time to address the letter that Director Denstad read aloud on November 2nd. I have asked for that letter several times, and she has not provided it to me, but I went and I watched the video. Probably took me like 4 hours to pause and stop just to go through and clear up my name on the things that she alleged. She talks about an arduous undertaking of this censure. It has been 3 board meetings. The resolution has not changed, and all she did was provide notes from previous board meetings of examples, half-lies that of my behavior. No investigation was performed. No investigation was performed. A similar censure happened in a neighboring city after a year's worth of investigating harassment complaints. Rather, she took the opportunity right away, and instead of affording the employees their rights and taking this seriously, arduously, she is pushing this through. She talks about standards to lead the district, where our board president, over and over again, through plenty of examples, has created an environment where I'm not allowed to speak, and when I do, I am put up for discussion, whether that's in closed session or an open session. Our ethics policy, she states, our ethics policy to demonstrate our commitment to staff, to show personal honesty and improve ethical decision-making. Ethical decision-making after not conducting an investigation. Ethical decision-making after receiving anonymous letters and anonymous complaints. Ethical decision-making after allowing my family and friends to stand outside because she chose not to agendize a ceremonial swearing in. To address conduct, she says, our board is most diverse. I would like to say that yes, we have a very diverse board, yet I am the only one that when a complaint is made of, has to sit here and publicly defend myself. Rest of it has been pushed off or not addressed at all. Over a year ago, she says, Director Torres asked me about my race and ethnicity. That is 100% false. Not once have I ever asked Director Denstedt what her race or ethnicity. Rather, it was an unprompted comment that she made at Met and repeated here on our board. And these are notes she wrote down. She read off of a letter. So she did not mix up her words. She stated that Director Torres asked about my race and ethnicity. I have never. I was surprised of what it was because it was not, I had never talked to her about it before. Her and I don't have a personal relationship outside of this dais. So yeah, I was surprised, but I never asked her. They were unprompted. She says, Water knows no race or gender, yet she felt the need to bring up her race unprompted, her being Director Denstedt, not just to us, but to the Met Board. The ethics policy was not adopted to get Director Torres, she says. Yet every time there has been a new policy, whether it's for social media, just this week, we received a Public Records Request Act asking for my communications on the phone because we just adopted, actually on October 5th, had just adopted a policy to not have our phones out while on the dais. And it was very clearly stated that if we had our phones out, then a Public Records Request Act could be made on about our personal devices. Not a month, 2 months after that policy is adopted, we receive a public records request for exactly that policy. I don't believe that a lot of us voted on that to get anybody, but I do believe that when they are adopted, they are used to target me. The censure policy was requested, she says, November 21st, 2018, prior to the seating of Director Torres. Yes, it was, right before the seating of Director Torres. And specifically asked, but that letter specifically asked to take on FPPC violations. Not a couple of days after that board member asked for this censure policy, the censure policy. Not a couple of days later, I received my first FPPC complaint from that same director. When the censure policy had not yet been adopted because we were going through revisions, he personally asked that we take this item on. When the board, discussed the FPPC violation and heard that the executive board would take no action, Director Denstedt did not let up, just like she did not let up on May 5th, 2021, and turned my mistake as a brand new candidate that's never submitted an FPPC form before. She turned that mistake into another attempt to humiliate me. She said it was an egregious act, that it was unbecoming of a board member. I wasn't even a board member. I was a brand new candidate running for office. Didn't know what I was doing, just that I wanted to serve. She did not let up that day, knowing that the executive board had already recommended to do nothing. Excuse me. Just a few meetings ago, in another attempt to humiliate me, she felt the need to reread that letter sent by that former director, knowing it would re-victimize me, and that did not stop her. She needed the public to hear the awful things he said about me. But what does this have to do with conduct? She stated these comments at the board meeting, a board meeting where we are talking about a pattern of my conduct. Exactly nothing. She just took this opportunity, again, to humiliate me. She states, no board member has been placed on the agenda prior to today on censuring. Yes, while technically, semantically correct, I also saw this exact verbiage in the Press Enterprise. Complaints against me have been disproportionately brought to public meetings and used our ethics and censure policy to go through the procedure. As you know, it does not take one board meeting to go through this procedure. Some of these items that have been brought against me have only gone through one meeting, have maybe gone through 2 meetings, but yes, this is the first time we have gotten this far. When I say it's been disproportionately, it's because this is not the first time a board member has had a formal complaint made against them. But I am the only board member that has had to sit here. And when I say every 6 months, that's an average because half of a year is 6 months. But more often than any other board member. We have the anonymous FPPC complaint against me right after our Division 4 director had passed. But an FPPC complaint on something I did 2 years before the complaint was made. The unsubstantiated claims of my time, rather than seeking evidence, it was brought forth to this board, to the public, so that I could sit here in humiliation, having to explain myself. Another example where board member Denstead did not let up. She did not let up. When the legal counsel at the time said, if this is going to be investigated, you cannot direct Director Torres what to do. She didn't let up. Not only did she not let up, she called for a recess and pulled me aside and still did exactly what our legal counsel asked her not to do, to try to trick me into incriminating myself on something I had not done. Of course, that did not move forward because there was no substantial evidence to any of those claims. There was an anonymous letter about a board member lying on the dais. There was a call to question one of our board members' termination to their previous job. And it was essentially said, if I was being questioned for my work conduct, then they should be too. There was a letter brought on about our board member voting for themselves and a clear-cut violation of policy. Yes, this is the first time we have gotten this far, but it is not from a lack of effort on behalf of Director Denstead, and is not from a lack of fight in me to not allow myself to be humiliated. So yet another half-truth that she stated in a written letter that she read from here on the dais. Another thing she stated was having received a 3rd FPPC fine. Another lie and opportunity she took to humiliate me because neither of these remarks or mistakes called to my conduct or pattern of conduct, but she made sure that this was also included in the resolution. Again, I was a brand new candidate, and brand new board member when I received those two, or when I made those 2 mistakes and then later received the complaints. And she felt the need to include them in the letter and make it seem so egregious that now I am up for censuring, and calls it a pattern of behavior. She says she wishes that we as a board could be equitable and consensus building, which has just not been my experience. All too often, I have asked for items to come to the board agenda, and they are instead discussed in committee. All too often, has the board president used her authority on the dais to personally humiliate me. discussing items that I had asked to be removed, rebutting my points of views. She's actually taking good notes. I hope I'm able to rebut what she says later on, but rebutting my points of views or comments and not allowing for mutual discussion, not allowing agenda items that I find important to be heard at the board meetings. And of course, making slight overt remarks about me, yet only questioning my remarks that she does not find correct. She says that when comments degrade into unwarranted personal attacks, insults, name calling, profanity, demeaning, and repetitive criticisms, the speaking over others does not foster an environment of mutual respect. While I agree that these actions do not foster an environment of civility, neither do the actions of harassment, retaliation, and humiliation that she has exhibited upon me. Therefore, I am curious which board member will call for her actions to be publicly reviewed and considered for reprimand or censure, when I have given plenty of examples. If you truly believe that this is about behavior and conduct, I have given a lot more than 7 examples of behavior and conduct from one board member to another one who are both here sitting equally elected. She says free speech does not allow to violate the law, slander an individual, or create a hostile work environment. None of which I have done, and if claims have been made, they have not been substantiated. Those words are very specific under the law. But I have given examples of slander just today. She slandered me by making an accusation that I didn't want the public to hear my comments, as if I was hiding something. She says we cannot misrepresent facts, which she has done, and I have given plenty of examples of her doing so on this dais. She told me that during the Met board meeting, gender and race was brought up several times in the vote for a third waiver, and it was never brought up. Undermine Western's reputation. I don't know how what we're doing today, the comments that were given to the press enterprise, how 4 board meetings discussing the same thing, how not putting forth investigations when but giving out allegations are not undermining Western's reputation. I was told by a friend of mine during the tour last weekend, it was all anybody talked about. They went to see the amazing Prado Dam and the wetlands, and all anyone was talking about was the press enterprise article. Or slander of staff, she says. She talks about my behavior in other public meetings, but did not give examples. But I can say that when I speak to the concerns I know our constituents want to hear. She also says that they want to make me comply with the ethics policy, like I'm their daughter or a child. I guess I don't need to go into how wrong that is. But again, I will call to question that if any board member exhibited the same behavior, they would also be up for censure. I'm going to finish up with essentially, waiting until I have heard from the rest of our board members to make the rest of my comments. But this addresses everything that is in the resolution, as well as the degrading remarks that Director Dunstad made about me on November 16th.
Legal counsel.
Just 2 points that I'd like to respond to and clarify. I heard in Vice President Torres' remarks a question about substantial evidence. Our code, our ethics policy does reference the board relying on substantial evidence and including findings. The resolution that's before you does include findings. With regard to what substantial evidence, here's what a court has said. The term substantial evidence means such relevant evidence as a reasonable mind would accept as adequate to support a conclusion. It is evidence that is reasonable in nature, credible, and of solid value. So that's the court's definition. It doesn't necessarily need to be in writing. It can be verbal. It can be based on one or more person's memory of what happened. It doesn't need to be, on video or on audio. In the absence of corroborating information or evidence, an anonymous statement as to whether something happened probably would not be substantial evidence, but if there is corroborating evidence, other surrounding evidence, such as, admission by a person that they did something, and taking down a social media post, for instance, would be corroborating evidence, then you could consider that substantial evidence. So I just wanted to provide that, and I'm happy to answer any other questions about that term. Then also there was a reference about Brown Act violations. I think it's really important for the record to be clear that, and this was stated at the October meeting, and I believe at 2 meetings, there was no Brown Act violation. And while I'm happy to talk to any district attorney who might be investigating, my experience has been that the district attorney does not comment on pending investigations. So personally, I'd be very surprised if they made any statements, anybody, about a pending investigation. So I just wanted to make the record clear about that, because I think this board takes transparency very, very seriously.
Okay, thank you, legal counsel. Mr. Miller, a question in relationship to statements being made about the district being investigated. Have you been contacted by the district attorney's office to provide any information?
No, I have not.
Thank you. Comments from other members of the board?
I do. I guess I wasn't asked, but I have been contacted by the, I forgot the name of the unit, and asking about the claim. And for, anything that I had.
Comments from my colleagues?
I just have 2 questions, if that's okay for Mr. Ballinger. Can you explain a little bit more about why this is happening in 4 public meetings, or 3, and we had the initial one, and then I think it became public after that. So the clarification as to why this is being done publicly and not behind closed doors, as there were many concerns about that. And then my second question is maybe a little more clarification on how what happened on October 5th can open us up as an agency to litigation. If you could, that might be repetitive from something you've said before, but I think it's really important for the public to understand why this is happening up here and not in closed session.
Sure. With regard to the first issue about having this meeting and this discussion in open session, California law is very clear that censures and the decision whether to censure or not must be a public process. There's actually a California Attorney General opinion that that says that it cannot be done in closed session. And our code follows that. Our code follows other state law that requires that the meeting be done at least in two meetings. One is the meeting where the board decides whether or not to move forward, and then the subsequent second meeting is whether the board actually acts on the censure. And that's to give the subject board member an adequate opportunity to respond and satisfy due process. So we held that first meeting on October 5th for the board to decide whether or not to move forward. The board decided to move forward. While the board could have acted at the subsequent meeting or the third meeting, I think, this is not a process that our district has gone through, in at least to my knowledge and to existing staff's knowledge, in ever. And so, I think it probably took us all a little bit of time to get used to the process. And then at the last meeting, I think the board wanted to give Vice President Torres a little bit more time to respond. So it can't be done in closed session. Although I wasn't privy to them, I understand that private discussions have been had with Vice President Torres, at least on an individual basis. And so if individual board members are privy to those, you're welcome to provide those. I haven't been party to those conversations. Then with regard to the October 5th meeting, at that meeting, as the board and public will recall, there was a line of questioning by Vice President Torres as to whether or not the agenda had been properly posted, whether the material was available, and Vice President Torres had raised those over the weekend prior to the board meeting and had been assured that the agenda had been posted. In fact, staff had gone out of their way and worked over the weekend and come in physically to the district offices to make sure that the agenda was posted both physically and electronically. And so it was explained at that meeting, as well as the subsequent October meeting, that again, there was no Brown Act violation. And so when you have allegations by a board member that staff didn't do their job properly, then that raises the potential, especially after it's been demonstrated that staff did their job properly, that raises the potential for litigation in terms of a potential workers' compensation claim or a potential harassment or hostile work environment claim. So that's what would give rise to potential liability, not the criticism of my inability to type properly.
Thank you. Other questions or comments?
Madam President, if I may, I have just a couple of questions. One of Mr. Ballinger. My recollection is that you informed the board that there is a court case finding, it's either a court case or legislation, I apologize, I don't recall exactly, that says if there are technological difficulties that prevent a posting online, so long as the physical posting is done within 72 hours of the posted meeting, that it specifically is not a violation of the Brown Act.
So there is an California Attorney General opinion that says yes, just that if there are technological problems that prevent a legislative body from posting their agenda in advance of the meeting, that as long as substantial compliance is met, which would mean physical posting in most cases, then there's no violation of the Brown Act. As the board will recall, though, at the October 5th meeting, the agenda was posted electronically. So that's kind of, even if it weren't posted, but it was posted electronically and physically.
Okay. Thank you. I see that we have in the audience the district's Labor and Human Relations Council. And I think it might be helpful if he is willing, for him to make some comments about the risk of liability and some of the concerns that have been raised. This whole process, there are things that the board has been made aware of that we cannot describe in any actual detail or identify who raised an issue because they were raised by district employees, and we need to protect their rights to privacy. And they are part of our decision-making process, I believe, but we can't lay them out in the public, and nor, I think, should we. I recognize how if that makes it difficult for a person to respond to those, but I think Director Torres is aware of at least some of the things that we aren't using people's names or citing more specific comments because it would identify a particular employee. But Brad, are you in a position to offer a little counsel for us?
Yes, that is why I'm here, is to answer any questions that the board may have related to the matters as they relate to district personnel. I think Jeff adequately laid out some of the potential risks of litigation or claims that the board could be exposed to based on the conduct that is being discussed here. I wouldn't want to elaborate further than that because I don't want to expose the district or invite any claims. I would like to note that in regards to the October 5 board meeting, while there wasn't necessarily a formal investigation conducted, the HR director did speak to certain staff members, and the board, I believe, was briefed. I'm not going to go into the details about it, again, because it was in closed session, about the adverse impact that was explained to the HR director based on some of the conduct at issue here. And I'll leave it at that, unless there's any further questions from the board.
Sorry.
Turned my mic off, sorry. Director Gardner, did that?
Yeah, no, that
complete your
concludes my
question?
questions for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, Director Roten?
Mr. Neufeld, can you just give a clarification as to why certain things can go into closed session or are handled in closed session versus when they're not, just like a definition of what constitutes what has to be done or can be done in closed session?
Mm-hmm. Well, that closed session was under the exception for anticipated or threatened litigation, and so that was an opportunity to brief the board on some of the potential risks that we saw.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, go ahead. I have questions for him, by the way.
Other questions from board members of Labor Council?
Yeah, sorry, I'm bringing up the resolution. Do harassment, hostile work environment, bullying have specific definitions?
Yes. There's a specific definition in the law in relation to bullying. It isn't necessarily unlawful behavior yet in California. Rather, the definition indicates that employers are under an obligation to provide training relating to bullying. And then, of course, there's harassment as well, and it's set forth in district policy as well.
What about hostile work environment? Is that something we can just throw out without having met that definition?
Well, people throw it out all the time.
That is true,
Again,
that is true. But
believe me, I see it multiple times a day in my job. But it does have a specific legal definition.
Okay. Essentially, that is my question. If there are very specific definitions, how does one meet those definitions in order to accuse somebody of that
one being an agency, I guess, or a board?
Well, generally, it's conduct that's either severe and pervasive that it creates intolerable working conditions for the employee. It's usually linked to some type of protected category, such as race, gender, etc.
Is it fair to say that the reason there was no formal investigation is because this was not linked to those special classes?
I'm not sure exactly why the HR director chose not to conduct a more formal investigation beyond that. I don't believe there was a formal complaint lodged.
Oh.
A formal complaint.
That's interesting. Essentially, my questions were if there is a specific definition. I want to just, sorry, I don't want to make you stand there while I make comment, but I just want to note that this is a resolution that is going into the record, making allegations of me, very specific terms, which our labor legal counsel has just said have very specific definition, and nothing in that resolution defines those words.
If there are no further questions, I'll take my seat, but of course I'll be available for you if you have additional questions.
Thank you, counsel. Other questions? Comments from any members of the board?
Madam President, I think it's important that we focus on why we're here. We are here because of some specific allegations against Director Torres, not allegations against any other director. We are here to protect our staff from inappropriate behavior and to show them that we in fact, as a board, will do that. We are here in hopes, I think, of limiting our exposure to liability by taking decisive action that shows the offending behavior is not accepted by the board. I think it's important to recognize that a resolution of censure in and of itself is only a statement by the legislative body, in this case our board, that we disagree with and do not accept whatever the resolution is about, a set of behavior. And the resolution of censure in and of itself has no other ramification. I think it's important that we focus on, this is an attempt to correct what I think the board sees as inappropriate behavior, not to silence free speech. I don't think anyone has said that Director Torres has brought up an issue that should not have been brought up. It's not issue-based, it's behavior-based. We do have, and I'm going to read it, the anonymous letter from an employee. I think it's unfortunate it was anonymous, but the letter in itself explains why it's anonymous. So this letter says, please accept this as an anonymous complaint and request a plea really for assistance to remove the employee's picture on Vice President Torres' Facebook page that was taken at the last board meeting. I understand the district doesn't control the director's Facebook content, but I do feel you, parentheses, the district, close parentheses, have a responsibility to protect the employees from the directors. I feel it is improper for a board member to exploit staff in such a manner, and it puts staff in a very uncomfortable, awkward position. I feel I am being taken advantage of to make it appear as if I condone Director Torres' behavior, and that couldn't be further from the truth. I don't want to be pulled into the politics of this director. Personally, I disagree with what I feel have been unwarranted personal attacks of other directors, the board president, the general manager, and staff. The very public displays of discord and accusations have shaken me as an employee and have upset me that it's been allowed. I don't want to be seen as a supporter by my peers or anyone else for that matter, and it's embarrassing me as an employee. Please know as staff, I would never say no to a director, especially this one, in absolute fear, and that's underlined, that she would be out to get me and I might lose my job. I love my job and I like working at Western. I just want to do my job, get paid, and go home. The whole thing has been very upsetting. To be perfectly honest, if an employee had behaved as this director, they would have been disciplined, and I don't understand how someone isn't doing something. I'm sorry, but it's time for someone to speak up, even if anonymously. I think that's pretty telling. I think it is, well, I know that it is consistent with things that some staff members have expressed to me, and I believe to other board members and more senior staff members. I would just point out with the discussion on the swearing in, Mr. Ballinger sent an email to all the directors more than a week before the date of the swearing in, indicating that the district was going to do a joint swearing in of the newly elected or re-elected directors and the appointed director, because Director Roten did not have an appointment, so there was not an election.
Opponent.
Correct. She did not have an opponent, so there was not an election. Over that following weekend, I think a number of people at the district, including myself, became aware that Director Torres was planning a personal ceremonial swearing in at the district offices. And the general counsel's letter was pretty specific that any one of the members was completely entitled to hold a ceremonial swearing in if they desired to do that, but not using district facilities or resources. It's my understanding from Mr. Ballinger that he contacted Director Torres and made sure she had seen that email, that she indicated to him that she was going to go forward with a ceremonial swearing in by a noted figure. It's an honor to be sworn in by the chair-elect of the Metropolitan Water District. Although he doesn't have the authority, his office does not give him the authority to do a formal legal swearing in. It was purely ceremonial. And that she would not do this at the district. Then when people showed up on the date of our last meeting, we were intending as a group to be sworn in by the district secretary at 9 o'clock in advance of the board meeting. Nothing was ever on the agenda or requested to be put on the agenda for a swearing in. And people arrived to find that the district parking lot was the scene of a ceremonial personal swearing in for one director. I think that is illustrative of the disregard for the district and its policies and fellow board members that Director Torres exhibits. I think that, I'm really sorry that we are here having to consider a censure. But we've been through training, we've been through private discussions, and it continues. And in my opinion, this is the only step left available to our board to try to correct the behavior and to try to get Director Torres to not see herself as a victim and being picked on, but to see that she is acting in an inappropriate way. And again, it's not the issues she brings up. The issues are great. And nobody has a problem with the issues. But that's my problem. And I think it is appropriate that we take a vote on the resolution of censure. And if that passes, I think it would be appropriate to have a discussion today of whether any sanctions, whether the board wants to impose any sanctions or not. They're separate issues. There is a question of, should there be a censure? Do we want to speak up and say that to our staff that we are not going to accept them being treated the way they have been treated? Do we want to try to limit our exposure to liability? And if the answer to that is yes, then I think the second question is, and what, if anything, do we want to do about that? So I'll leave that there.
Okay, other comments? Okay. I'll make a couple of brief comments in relationship to a couple of other things, legal counsel, to make sure that the public is very aware Western is in full compliance with all requirements of elected officials who are mandated by the legislature to attend ethics training and harassment training. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that's my understanding.
We have all attended leadership training for a full year to address these things, to bring collaboration and civility and decorum to our board. There have been a number of allegations that have been made that misrepresent facts. And I'm not even sure where at this point to begin with that. First of all, in relationship to comments that were made that I contacted the chair-elect and told him not to come. First of all, the chair-elect contacted me. Second of all, Director Torres, you were not privy to the conversation that I had with the chair-elect, nor is the chair-elect here to state what those comments were. That is a misrepresentation of the contact, the nature of the contact, and the context of the conversation. Second of all, another misstatement of fact completely is the fact that at the October 6, 2021 meeting, you said that you did not ask me specifically about my race. In fact, you did, and that link was sent already to the press enterprise reporter who inquired about that, and he was provided with that link directly by me. That was directly based upon your question because I left it open-ended and did not specifically address what my race was. And I courteously responded to your question. In relationship to comments that were made, in a number of closed session meetings. I am not aware of any notes being taken. However, in my experience of certain comments that are made that are unusual, that strike as being, when it was first said, it was a little bit of a shock to me. I know that there were other board members that were present. You could certainly ask the question if they remember the comment. I have spoken to the general manager, Mr. Miller. Do you remember the comment being said to you, sir, about mansplaining?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. In relationship to the anonymous employee letter, Mr. Miller, it was characterized by Director Torres' comments that this was a new policy in relationship to the social media district policy and things that governed that. Was that in fact a new policy in place, sir?
No, it's not a new policy. It had been reviewed with our ComGov committee months prior to that.
Okay, thank you, sir. And in relationship to Director Torres' categorization of me trying to humiliate and embarrass her, this is simply to address a pattern of conduct and behavior. We actually gave her the courtesy of addressing this privately with her, and did not at that time, even though, in my opinion, it was completely warranted during that meeting, since you discussed that we had that conversation. The general manager was present, Labor Council was present, and when this subject was addressed and you were simply asked to take the photo down because an employee had complained that the photo had been placed, there were a number of excerpts that were profanity-based. Mr. Miller, do you recall that conversation and that meeting with Director Torres in relationship to the anonymous complaint with the social media post and profanity being used in that meeting?
Yes.
Labor Council, sir, you were present also at that meeting. Do you recall that incident?
Yes, I do.
Was profanity used at that instant?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. My attempts, and I'm going to go ahead, Director Torres, I do not recall, nor did I receive any kind of request in relationship to my verbal comments that I provide that to you. I don't have anything from staff, and I don't have any communication from you, either in a text, email, or otherwise, that asked for the comments which were part of my oral comments that I gave at that particular meeting. In relationship to my continued allegations that I'm continuing to try to harass Director Torres. That is simply not the case. It is about the standard in which we allow. And all the board members have been present during a number of instances the public has not been fully aware of, that have happened outside of public view, but we have all been present for those. After the May 5th meeting, I took it upon myself as the board president to write a letter to my colleagues. I'm going to read that letter. It was made a part of the official record in an attempt to try to bring us back on point and on mission as this board and its leadership. Dear Director, this was given to all of my colleagues. Dear Director, Western, for many years, has been viewed as an industry leader in the region due to our collective acumen to make business decisions and a proclivity of professionalism. The board, alongside the professional staff members at Western, have worked diligently to promote regional collaboration, cooperation, environmental stewardship, transparency, and fiscal responsibility. All of these best business practices have been achieved while maintaining our high standards, ensuring our collective commitment to the district's mission, vision, and values as we strive to assure public trust and confidence by working together both internally and externally. As the agency policymakers, we share a common purpose and responsibility to set the tone and direction for the district and the people we serve. Consistency, accountability, and leadership are at the very core of the district's fundamental principles and the function of the board. It is our shared obligation to establish policies and procedures through open communication while maintaining a high standard of exceptional integrity, civility, and decorum. As we, the board, look to the future, a plethora of policy goals and visioning sessions are imminent. It is of paramount importance to remain steadfast in our guiding principles, mission, vision, and values of the district. Each of us play a pivotal role, and every member is responsible to the whole. In that spirit, as we forge ahead together, I am dedicated and committed to promoting a culture of excellence, collaboration, and collegiality. I look forward to our mutual partnership and teamwork as we face the future together, and I hope the sentiment is mutual. I wrote that to my colleagues after the discord that took place at the May 5th, 2021 meeting in a hope to bring us back to center, and I supported a year's worth of leadership training. After I produced this letter to my colleagues, I heard from all of them except Director Torres thanking me for writing the letter and addressing the issues and trying to bring us back to civility and decorum on this board to carry forward the district's mission and its vision. I made no accusations in this letter, nor did I address this to a specific person's behavior. I simply tried to bring us to center. I could have handled it very differently, and I did not. It is a few things that I want to just make a comment to my colleagues. This has all been conduct that has occurred while all of us have been present. Our values are demonstrated in numerous documents that have been put out by the district and have been supported by this board. It's highlighting our investment in our human capital with an elite workforce. The district has received numerous awards for being a top workplace because we value our employees and we respect the work that they do for us to maintain that standard to being what we have achieved as an elite workforce. We are simply the standard by which we allow. This is accountability for a member of our board. The vote today will send an important message to the staff members. Do we value and respect them or not? Do we stand behind the adopted ethics policy or not? And I remind this board, it was a unanimous vote on the ethics policy. We have also been committed as a board to demonstrate our commitment of our elite workforce by placing this in numerous documents that we make available to the public to talk about raising the culture of accountability and encouraging extreme ownership, and continue to invest in Western's employees to attract and retain best-in-class team. I believe these are our guiding principles. This is what we stand for, and this is the accountability that needs to be in place. Are there any other comments from any other members of the board who wish to make a comment at this time? Okay.
I do. If there's no one else, I would like to address some of the comments made by our colleagues, my colleagues. Yes, there is a Brown Act opinion that if there are technological issues, then of course it can't be posted online. But that opinion was I have the letter in front of me. That opinion was okay because it was not just posted at the location, but there were also letters sent out. So there were multiple ways for the public to be reached. And I don't bring this up because I'm trying to, I am governed by the Brown Act. My decisions were put into question that day. That's why I was so adamant, because I was worried that I would be doing something wrong. And that is why it was brought up. So yes, that is the opinion, but in the opinion it specifically mentions that there were more than just posting and modes of communication. And I invite you to follow. Regardless of that, the district attorney, when they're ready, will reach out. I don't know what they'll do. I just know that they are investigating. Again, our policies call for substantial evidence. And yeah, an anonymous letter that we don't know was actually written by an employee, could have been written by the other people that write several anonymous letters to several other agencies that surround Director Denstead. Could have been those people too. As far as the swearing in, I'm shocked that you think it's okay to continue to, I'm just shocked at the fact that you just misrepresent. I'm actually assuming that this is how you heard the facts, Director Gardner. But Director Denstead, and this was not at my decision making, but she was contacted saying that I would be sworn in by the person that administered the oath a week before any decision was made. Then I had personally asked her about it. She said it would not, actually not then, I'm sorry. Before that happened, I had personally asked if we would have the same type of swearing in that we have had for the last 2 elections or election cycles. There was no reason for me not to believe that it would have the same pattern. Yes, I was contacted by legal counsel just a few days before. I think it was the weekend before. Everyone had been invited and to come. So when they showed up, and it was not, and I even mentioned this at the last boarding, it was not my idea to hold it outside, to continue it outside, but it was all of my supporters, friends, and families, and including the soon-to-be Met chair that said, we'll still do it outside, regardless of the communications I received from Jeff Bellinger and that he had received from our board president. So no, it was not, I don't believe, my behavior, but a support of a community of me, Director Gardner, and I'm saddened that you would not see the distinction. Director Denstead just mentioned that this would send a message to staff if we stand by them. I think a real message would be to award them what they deserve when there are claims made, which would have been an investigation, which would have been support, and I don't know if this is what would make anyone feel better as a public lashing, but they deserve and under the law have rights as employees to how these things are supposed to be formally addressed, not in some, public lashing is the only way I can call it. And do we believe in our ethics policy? Our ethics policy includes our censure policy, which says that we need substantial evidence. Yet we are running around in circles to avoid giving substantial evidence. Craig, I do not remember saying that to you, but I know that I have in the past mentioned that the way I feel I'm talked to is a problem. Still not substantial evidence because we don't know what it was about. I can't even address it, which is also part of our policy. And the last part of our policy, the other part of our censuring policy is to provide a way to undo the censure or sanctions. And at the time, it sounded like legal counsel didn't know of a way to undo a censure, but I've given him an example, and that has not been brought. Rather, it's being pushed aside so that it can stay in this mode of being in the corner for a while. I don't know, quite frankly, why it's so hard to understand when the public is outraged about this. They feel that they have representatives up here, whether it's myself or Mike, Director Gardner, Director Rizvi, and when we make decisions that is effectively going to tie our hands, I know, Director Gardner, what you're trying to imply is that you don't have a problem with what I say, but you've given an example of only problems of what I've said, of me, being outside. You've only given those examples. And quite frankly, I'm not your child, and I'm not a victim. And that's what we are trying to raise. I am a representative that was duly elected just like each and every one of you. That doesn't in any way, shape, or form give any of us the right to say how I want you to talk and how I want Director Denstead to behave, and that doesn't give me the right just because I sit next to you. Again, if we really cared, if this was really about sending a message, then let's do things correctly. But what I know is that this weekend, apparently, it was Director Denstead that reached out to the press enterprise, and she sent them videos. But Director Gardner said, if any other board member exhibited the same behavior, they would be up for censure also. And that is, I have given examples of where my behavior has been coupled with other board members' behavior. Yet there's no letter of resolution in front of me. I did mention at the beginning of this that I wanted to show a pattern of the disproportionate actions taken against me. And then in that, I mentioned that I am actually trying not to embarrass this board. I'm actually trying not to continue these types of actions, which is why I haven't taken some of those anonymous letters, or some of them not anonymous. I have not taken them here for public input. And I'll give you one example, just because it just happened. I chose to not publicly humiliate my board colleague by reading the letter that was sent anonymously towards him with a formal complaint. Instead, he sat there and read an anonymous letter. He doesn't know who wrote about me. That those are the patterns of humiliation that people are willing to do towards me, that actually the people in front of me taught me not to be like. don't know if there's a way for me to piecemeal this resolution. And I don't know if my board colleagues would consider it. But I did show evidence where Director Denstead made gender-based comments unwarranted, just like those that end up on my resolution. I showed Director Denstead just brought up that letter that she wrote. It was a nice letter. I didn't respond, mostly because, as noted earlier, you can't be the one that sets the fire and then call yourself the firefighter. At the May 5th meeting, I was the one under attack and pushed and pushed and pushed until I made a sentence comment toward her. Up until that sentence, it was her that kept asking and pushing and being adamant and pushing as to why I had the item moved. My comments were, I already asked for it to be removed. I've asked for it to be removed. But she wouldn't let up. So writing a letter after that, although in essence a great letter, is just a symbolic gesture, because if it wasn't for her actions, none of that would have decimated. Am I saying that concerns are not valid? No, but as far as October 5th, not once were my comments directed at staff. They were directed at our legal counsel and then our general counsel at one point. But when I'm talking about a letter that is pushed to, railroad through after our agenda had not been posted at least 72 hours in advance, that has misspellings and grammatical errors, those comments went to the reviewer, which in every single board letter is our legal counsel. And my board knows that because I mentioned that's who those comments was for. But that is ultimately, I have given example after example where we've all been accused or have demonstrated the same conduct. And this is where I ask, how do we remove some of those, as I'm obviously not the only person that does those things, and really show equity, because if I'm being censured for making gender-based comments, when will the resolution come up for Director Denstead? If I'm being censured for an anonymous letter on my behavior, when is the resolution coming on Director Mike Gardner? If I'm being censured because staff felt uneasy, when are we going to discuss the public comment we received last board meeting? And so on and so forth. My goal today was to point out the discrepancies in this letter. And I know I have. That's it.
Other comments? Legal counsel, in reference to reviewing the packet, do you review the packet for format and grammar, or do you review it for other means?
I only review those documents that have legal issues involved, and generally I try not to be looking at grammatical or typographical issues, more legal issues. Again, the October 5th agenda was posted more than 72 hours in advance.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Miller, do district staff review the content and the formatting of the agenda and the packets?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I'd also like to note for the record that the board president, whoever that is, at any time does not make up the agenda, nor did the board president take a role in making up any kind of official swearing in. That is up to the district and how district property and facilities are used. That had nothing to do with board president's direction. Okay, other comments? No more discussion? Okay.
I guess I can just say that my understanding was that it was legal counsel that reviewed these before. I think my understanding was that legal counsel reviewed all our board packets before they're called okay. I think it's the last signature that's on there. That was my understanding, and those were who my comments were going to. I think that letter in particular was written by legal counsel, the one that's in question, or legal counsel staff. I'm not sure. Yeah, I just wanted to make note that that was my understanding, as it is the last signature in those board packets.
Okay, legal counsel, our procedure from this point.
It'd be appropriate to consider a motion so that you can open further discussion or debate on that motion.
Okay, thank you. Is there any member of the board who wishes to make a motion? Your mic isn't on.
Nope.
It is.
Sorry? No, it is. It's not that I wish to make this motion, but I think we have to. I will move that the resolution of censure as presented be adopted by the board.
Okay, I have a motion to adopt the resolution.
I will second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. Madam Secretary, I have a motion by Director Gardner, a second by Director Roten to move the resolution.
That is correct. Thank you. Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Rizvi?
I'll abstain.
Director Gardner?
Aye.
Director Torres?
No.
President Instead?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 3-1-1 with Director Rizvi abstaining and Director Torres voting no.
Okay. Legal counsel at this point. Is there other discussions?
So the resolution that was just adopted, as the board is aware, did not impose any sanctions. If the board wishes to discuss and take any action on sanctions, you can. As the staff or the letter, staff letter indicated, though, even if you don't take action on sanctions, the board is always free to consider the censure at a later date when making decisions such as officer appointments, committee appointments, liaison assignments. So you can take up that issue now, or if you want to not take it up, it's entirely up to you.
Thank you. Questions from my colleagues?
So, Mr. Ballinger, I think I heard Director Torres say that she didn't feel that sanctions were allowed going forward, that it would have to be something that was done now. And I sort of understand this open-endedness that might be unsettling, but I just wanted to double check on that. So I heard you say that any sanctions would not have to be discussed or voted on today, but that they could say in January or going forward after that.
Yeah, and I don't know if I would necessarily consider them sanctions at that point, but you know, as the board considers officer roles this next month, as the board considers committee assignments, liaison assignments, you can consider this just as you could consider any other legitimate factor in making those appointments. So that's the point I wanted to make.
Okay. Other questions? Was that your?
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions?
Madam President, not a question. I would just urge the board, let's close this unpleasant event out today, if we can. If there is a desire to impose sanctions, let's just get that done and not push this into the new year. We've devoted a great deal of time and some resources to getting to the point where we are now. I would just urge us to go ahead and take whatever sanction actions the board wishes to take, if any, today, rather than wait until some future meeting or meetings.
Okay. Other comments?
Can we use the restroom? We've been here since 9:30.
Is anybody else in need of a break? I hate to stop stuff in the middle of what we're doing. So if we can just decide what we're going to do and just be done with it, I would prefer to do that. And then we can move into staff reports.
I don't imagine this is going to be a short conversation.
I hate to tell somebody they can't go to the restroom.
No, I understand that too. So a break of necessity? Okay. We'll go ahead and take a brief 5-minute break for those individuals who may be joining us on Zoom. The board will be back in approximately 5 minutes. Thank you.
We will reconvene at approximately 12:21.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order, please. Madam Secretary, could you go ahead, for the sake of our Zoom participants, take roll again of the board members present?
Yes, thank you. Director Rosen.
Here.
Director Rizvi.
Here.
Director Gardner.
I am present.
Director Torres.
I'm here.
President Dinstedt.
I am present. Thank you.
Thank you, President Dinstedt. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We left it at making comments in relationship to taking action with the censure resolution, and if there are any members, my colleagues, who wish to make any statements, comments, or have any questions at this time.
I would agree with Director Gardner that we need to get this completed today, no matter what that is, so we can move forward fresh in 2023. With that, I would make a motion for consideration that Director Torres be removed from her vice president role.
Okay. I have a motion for consideration to remove the vice president title from Director Torres. Is there a second?
I will second, at least for discussion.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for questions or discussion. Anyone like to make a comment?
I would vote no, because we are going into the next year and we're gonna have to do our committee's assignment at that time, and I would think that that would be the appropriate time to do so.
And I appreciate what, I want to make sure I understood what you said, Director Rizvi. I believe the motion is for removal of the title of vice president, and you just made reference to committee assignments. So I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
So what I was trying to say is that, like, instead of removing her title, we are gonna decide, and at that time, when we are doing at that committee assignment, that's where we decide the president and vice presidentship, right? So do at that time, but since
The officer rotation and
Yeah.
not the committee assignments. I understand. Okay. Thank you.
Just to that point, Madam President, my hope is that whatever the board intends to do, we do it today, as opposed to let it hang over everyone's heads through the holidays and into next year. Normally, our first meeting in January is officer selection. The second meeting in January is the assignment of committees. We certainly could carry it over, but we've carried this over so much. If it is the will of the board to remove Director Torres' title or to limit or take away her committee assignments, I really feel strongly that we would all benefit by doing that today as opposed to just letting it rot for another month.
I just have a quick question, only, if there are sanctions imposed today, is that it? Or could, in the future, they bring another, I know they can't, it's against our policy, but once they are approved today, does that mean that, I wouldn't have been vice president next year, so does that lift the sanction at that point? It sounds like that's the only sanction that's being proposed right now.
To the extent that question is posed to me, I would say, yes, the board could consider this censure at subsequent decision times, whether it's officer appointment, the first meeting in January, or committee liaison assignments in the second meeting. That's entirely up to the board.
But sanctions also include restricting travel, the committee assignments. There's other things that, but what I'm asking is, is this the only sanction? And if we vote on this sanction today, can other sanctions that are not tied to those types of decision makings be made later? That's my question.
I don't think restrictions on travel would be appropriate at a future time unless there were another censure.
I guess this question goes to Director Roughton. That's the only sanction you are suggesting?
Of course, I'm thinking this through, as we all are. So I hesitate to sanction anything on travel, like on conferences and things, because I think that those are beneficial not just for the director, but also for the people that you represent, because you learn, different things, you network with different people, you hear things that are going on. I think we have to make sure that we're very accountable with those types of events that we go to, as far as if, when we're committed to go and participate fully. So for me, I would be comfortable not making that a sanction. And I feel that way a bit, although I'm willing to discuss, obviously, with committee assignments. Again, I think that is part of our role as we represent, and it's not just our district, that, our individual division that we're representing all of Western. So it's really important to all of the folks that live within our big boundary that we have good representation on our committees. And I feel like that would be pretty limiting if we said, no committees for a year. Now, I don't know what those committees are going to end up being, because we have that discussion the second meeting in January. But as far as today goes, I know those committees are always up, I shouldn't say always. In the one time I've been through the committee, selection, they are discussed based on people's schedules and availability and those kinds of things. So I know that all still plays into it. But my, I guess, meaning of a motion today to remove your vice president title, I don't want to say it completely takes you out of the rotation of officers, but we have a completely unlimited, is my understanding, rotation of officers. So I think it would be sending a clear message that you do not have the vice president title this year, and so no assumption should be made when we go to choose our officers in January. Wow, that was a lot of words. Sorry.
Okay, other comments or questions? Okay, I too would agree with Director Gardner's statement. I don't believe that it's fair for anyone. It's just not fair for the district to go through the end of the year and have to wait for a future meeting to make decisions. I don't think it's fair to the board. I don't think it's fair to Director Torres to have something looming out there. I think we just need to make those decisions today, do what we're going to do, and try to start 2023 off on the best note that we possibly can, with hopefully the commitment from all of my colleagues to do just that. Any other comments? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. There is a motion that has been made for the removal of title of Vice President of Director Torres under our censure policy. That motion was made by Director Roten, and it was seconded by Director Gardner. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Rizvi?
No.
Director Gardner?
Aye.
Director Torres?
No.
Director Dinstedt?
Aye.
The motion carries 3-2 with Directors Rizvi and Torres voting no.
Okay, thank you. And that will conclude this agenda item today. We will move into reports. General Counsel.
I don't have any reports. As I mentioned previous meetings, our office will be preparing a new laws update for the board, which we'll provide in writing to the board. I will be on vacation at the January 4th meeting, so the Assistant General Counsel, Holland Stewart, will be attending in my stead. And I just want to wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Thank you, Counsel. Mr. Miller, General Manager and staff reports today.
Yeah, we do have a staff report today. So we wanted to do a water supply update drought outreach activity report. We are in critical times, and we are actively working with Metropolitan to on the allocation plan that they're calculating. We're working very closely with all of our member agencies to keep them up to speed and communicate. So Ryan's on Zoom, and he's going to do a quick, let's flip through the slides quickly, Ryan. We've been here a long time, but it is too important to bypass this. We need to know about this. So Ryan, it's all yours.
Thanks, Craig. Good morning, directors. Can you hear me okay?
You're good.
Yes.
All right. Next slide. One more, please. So just a friendly reminder, the state board still has their emergency regulations in place, and that prohibits outdoor watering, causing runoff, washing cars without shutoff nozzles, applying water to hardscapes, using potable water in non-recirculating ornamental fountains, and watering during and after rainfall. So these are kind of standard that have been around for quite a while, but just a friendly reminder to the board and our customers. Next slide. So there, as Craig mentioned, there has been a lot of action recently. Most importantly, at Metropolitan this month, they adopted a resolution that kind of confirms or reaffirms the existing drought. Kind of no surprise there. Obviously, recognizing the reduced available supplies from the State Water Project and the Colorado River. On a positive note, it does recognize and defers mandatory action to local agencies. There was a moment in time where there was some conversation about Met and or the state putting down firmer regulations. So that's good. It's still up to us to move forward through the drought here. It also works within everybody's water shortage contingency plans, which we are currently in stage 2, as a reminder. Certainly it recognizes the seriousness of the Colorado River drought and publicly calls for urban reduction. I think a lot of agencies have signed on to a voluntary MOU trying to show and recognize all the water use efficiency conservation efforts that we're all have been implementing for a long time now. But considering the state on the seriousness of the Colorado River drought, we want to put that out there in public. And then I think most importantly for us in all of Southern California under Metropolitan, the last bullet there, the resolution prepares for a potential water supply allocation, which we've mentioned in the past, but we should expect, and we are preparing for that to occur probably in spring 2023. Next slide. A little more on the resolution. I think everybody's aware State Water Project initial allocation came out at 5%, which is a really good start. As we know, we've had a great December so far in terms of rainfall and snowpack, but we'll see how that goes through the rest of the winter. The resolution also reaffirmed the State Water Project dependent area. Those are 6 agencies over kind of on the west side of their system. They are still under their emergency water conservation program through June 2023. I think everybody recalls hearing from the Bureau of Reclamation commissioner that they are asking all of the 7 basin states and the water users to reduce anywhere from 2 to 4 million acre feet off of the Colorado River. That's a huge number considering there's only about 12 million acre feet available on an annual basis. So that's a pretty big ask, and all the Colorado and 7 basin states are negotiating how to move through that and achieve that goal. The resolution is also somewhat of a call to action, if you will, for MET's member agencies. We're already doing all these things, the last 3 bullets you see there, but it calls on member agencies to make sure you're doing everything you can in your drought response measures, adjust operations to reduce State Water Project and Colorado River supplies, and of course, implement all conservation and efficiency measures that we can, which we are doing, and also coordinating with our member agencies. Next slide. So hopefully this looks a little familiar to you. This is Metropolitan's 2022 supply-demand balance. You'll see in the blue and green are the available supplies to Metropolitan and its member agencies. The blue is the Colorado River supply, which is a little over 1.1 million acre feet. And in the green is the State Water Project supply, a little under 200,000 acre feet. And I do want to point out that the State Water Project supply, a lot of that is what we've called the health and human and safety supply. And that's important to note because that has to be given back to the state. So it's kind of like a loan, if you will. So when MET or any of the other state water contractors take health and human safety water, it has to be paid back within a certain time frame. So that gives us about 1.34 million acre feet of supply through Metropolitan for the whole region, with a demand of 1.66 million acre feet. So clearly there's still a gap. And so fortunately, we have all invested heavily in storage through Metropolitan and have that available to us. And we will be pulling about 300,000 acre feet out of storage to meet the forecasted demands. I believe there was a question at the Finance Committee last week regarding kind of how overall Metropolitan and Western is doing with regards to imported water demands. So if I got the question right, in general, Metropolitan's total service area is about down 15% of imported water supply demands. Western, you know, we make up about 3% of MET's total demand. And Western's wholesale and retail service area combined is about 7% down in terms of purchases from Metropolitan Water District compared to last year. So that's not saying that we're 7% down in overall water use. That's just a reduction in Metropolitan imported supplies. So suggesting an increase in local supplies, which I think is a big part of our overall arching goal and what Metropolitan is asking for. So hopefully that answers that question. If not, we can always circle back and get more info. Next slide. All right, this is hopefully this looks familiar as well. This is the historical storage end of year balance for Metropolitan. As you can see, the last couple of years we're going down. We've been pulling from storage. So by the end of this year, we're going to be down to 2.3 million acre feet, which is a good sign. But I'll show you in subsequent slides that not all of that is directly accessible, which makes a operational challenge for MET and all of its member agencies. Next slide. Okay, it's a little hard to see here, but I'll go from left to right. This is MET's end of year storage by region. On the left-hand side, you'll see in blue, we've got about 500,000 acre-feet in storage along the State Water Project. But what is really important to note is that we meaning Metropolitan, can only take 95,000 acre-feet per year out of that 500,000 acre-feet. So while we have a big bucket of water, we can only access a certain amount of that. And you'll see the same thing on the right-hand side in orange. On the Colorado River side of things, in Lake Mead, we've got upwards of 1.5 million acre-feet of storage, but we can only access about 400,000 acre-feet of that in any given year. So again, it's really important to note that part from a Metropolitan perspective and how they plan to operate their system over the next year or two, and why they will be likely pushing for a water allocation in 2023. I'll also note the Lake Matthews and Diamond Valley storage levels. Most importantly, Diamond Valley, it's under 500,000 acre-feet, which is about 61% of capacity. So historically, that's been pretty full. But as we've been mentioning the last several presentations, Met is pulling from Diamond Valley Lake in order to meet demands. And it's really important for Western and Eastern customers because we don't have access directly to State Water Project water at the moment. So the water we get out of the Mills treatment plant is coming from storage from Diamond Valley Lake. So that's where we're getting all of our imported water at the moment. Next slide. Just to touch on local precipitation, as I mentioned, it's been a really good December so far. And as you can see on the graph here, for the Santa Ana watershed in general, we're doing very well. About a little more than 5 inches of rainfall compared to the average of just over 3 inches. So that's really good, trending the right direction. But like we saw last year after December, it kind of tailed off quite a bit. Next slide. So similar graphic, and these numbers are already out of date, probably don't include all the latest storms. But on the left-hand side, you'll see Northern Sierra. We're at 156% of normal for snowpack, which again is mimicking what we saw last year. And then you can see in that white dotted line, it really dropped off in January, February, and March. So hopefully that doesn't happen this go around. But you can see we're trending in the right direction. Similar on the upper Colorado River, 117% of normal for date. And we're, again, hopeful. You can see the white line there that it kind of tails off January, February, and March last year. So hopefully we have a better winter this go around. Next slide. Okay, looking forward to 2023. On the state water side, I mentioned 5% initial state water project allocation. As a reminder, DWR does their snowpack surveys the first of every month going forward. So 5% is a good start. Fingers crossed, we get more and more snowpack and that increases. I touched on the human health and safety allocation. That's pretty important for Metropolitan and all of the state water contractors, as that water has to be paid back in the future. And it says limited Met State Water Project storage. And what that really means is regardless of where the State Water Project allocation ends up, let's say it ends up, 30, 40, 50%, Met is likely still to put in place their allocation because they want to refill all of their storage along the State Water Project. So again, I think we are and will be planning for an allocation for Metropolitan going forward in 2023. Next slide. On the Colorado River side, I mentioned all that stored water over there, upwards of 1.5 million acre feet. A lot of that water is what's called intentionally created surplus, ICS water. As part of the negotiation and water shortage contingency plans with the 7 basin states and the Bureau, there is a conservation contribution that has to be met by each of the states. And it's water users, including Metropolitan. So Met is proposing and planning to meet that contribution with this intentionally created surplus, this ICS stored water. That's really important for us because everybody had always assumed that that would be available during droughts, and it is available, but now we're going to have to put it towards a conservation effort. So Met is in the middle of negotiating with all the 7 basin states and everybody else on how to handle conservation going forward. I think you've heard before that California submitted a proposal to kind of get the ball rolling during these negotiations. They proposed to reduce Colorado River use by 400,000 acre feet per year for the next 4 years, 2023 through 26. So that's a pretty big offer as a first step in terms of the negotiation. No other states thus far have really put out a solid proposal. So that's California, Met, and others trying to show that we're ready to do our part. And hopefully it brings the other states to the table in terms of negotiation and figuring out a solution. Next slide. Okay, so kind of long-term forecast here. The takeaway from this, the graphic on the right-hand side, I think is really telling. This is a graphic that shows the number of people in terms of growth over the last 20, 30 years, and the amount of imported water that's being used through Metropolitan. So you can see we've increased, somewhere from 16 million to 19 million people in the last 30 years, but have reduced over 1 million acre feet per year of water demand. So it's just a little testament to how well our customers and everybody's doing in terms of water use efficiency. In terms of all these bullets, I think the take-home message is that Metropolitan made it very clear that they are going to be very aggressive this winter in going after transfers up and down the State Water Project and Northern California water agencies, obviously maximizing all of the available stored water up and down the state. But they made it very clear that they're going to do everything they can to get as much water as they can. Next slide. So just in summary, from the Metropolitan key takeaways, obviously both sides of the coin, if you will, State Water Project and Colorado River are seeing unprecedented supply challenges. The uncertainty of hydraulic conditions makes it very difficult for Met and us to kind of predict where we're going to be and how we move forward. This will be our 4th year of drought. And like I said, Met is going to pursue as much supplemental supplies as they can. Met at one point was planning for a full Colorado River aqueduct, but at this point, they're going to be, which I think is correct, conservative, and are planning not to have a full aqueduct in 2023. And as I mentioned, they're going to be using their ICS stored water for drought contingency plan contributions. Next slide. One more. So just a couple more slides here and we're almost done. Just a little reminder on our regional outreach. Sarah and her team are doing a great job on working with our member agencies with a variety of joint presentations, a variety of events. Craig has set up a series of monthly meetings with all of our member agency GMs. We used to just have them quarterly, but we recognize the seriousness of the situation. So we're meeting with them on a monthly basis, providing updates and sharing information. And as always, we have our toolkits that we share with our member agencies and customers. Next slide. Again, for our direct customers, our retail customers, we've got all kinds of forums, social media platforms that we have contact with them and they can reach out to us. Nothing has changed there. If anything, we're ramping that up big time, as you might imagine. So there's plenty of venues for our customers to contact us and vice versa. Next slide. Finally, something as a reminder, if you recall, the state put out some commercial, industrial, institutional, non-functional turf mandates not too long ago. So Western and our member agencies have been doing everything we can to reach out to those CII customers to make sure that they understand what the new requirements and or I should say restrictions are. And in particular, just to highlight, we're ramping up a out-of-budget customer direct mail campaign so that we can really get a hold of directly those customers that may not understand the current restrictions and or are out of budget. Next slide. All right, last one. Next steps. We are in stage 2 of our water shortage contingency plan. I suspect in a few months, we will be back before this board giving you a recommendation to go into a higher stage. That'll be based on either a state mandate and or the metropolitan allocation that we suspect is coming. We will continue our regional and general service area drought messaging. We are still in the mode of launching our CII turf replacement partnership program, as well as the out-of-budget customer campaign that I just mentioned. So a lot more to come. We'll be before you every month with an update. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Ryan. Sarah, anything you want to add to the outreach component? I know your team is on the forefront of this whole effort.
Yeah, thank you, Craig. I think Ryan covered it really well in terms of the tools that we're using, but I really want the board to hear and help us be a messenger in our communities that the drought's still here, even during cold winter conditions. It's not nearly enough of what we need to see, and so we just need to keep that message clear in our communities and also help our communities prepare for what's on the horizon in terms of more cutbacks anticipated, and so that it won't be a surprise and that we're coming alongside our community to help them meet those cutbacks when, if and when they do come to our doorstep. So just wanted to add that. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Sarah. Any questions before I go to my other updates that are non-drought related?
Thank you. Just 2 quick ones for Ryan, I think. Is there a time frame for paying back the human health and safety water that is taken?
Yeah, I think we would have up to 5 years to pay back that water. Yep.
So that helps a little bit.
Yep.
And I've heard the number before. I don't know if we have any members of the public still watching, but we talk about the not irrigating non-functional turf. It's a very small percentage of our total water use. Do you happen to have that number off the top of your head? If it all goes away, what percent of our water use goes away?
I got that. We have 1.2 million square feet of non-functional turf in our retail area, and the water demand represents less than 1% of our total water demand.
Okay, so it's an important thing, but it's not going to make a big difference to water supply for Western's customers. So, thanks.
Doesn't make a big impact to water supply. I do think it makes a significant impact to our messaging and our outreach and the state's demands for the public to cut back their water use. We need that example of conformance with the state mandate. So,
Okay.
I got
Just wanted to make sure, Ryan, the question was mine, so thank you for answering that, the 15% down from Met deliveries. So that's in a comparison to a last year number, so just wanted to look at, apples to apples to see where we're at, so that's good. I also had a quick question. Is there a stop point out of DBL storage on the 495 acres?
Yes. Yeah, Met will keep emergency water supply in there. So I don't know the exact number, but yeah, they will only go down to a certain amount.
Okay.
And then they'll slow it down before we get to that, their emergency supply. So it's not like we could just say, we've got 5 more years of water in there, which mathematically we could probably say, but that's not how it'll actually operate.
Okay. No, that's helpful, and thank you. Those are my only questions. Any other questions or comments from? Okay.
Okay, quickly, great news, the 2023 omnibus spending bill on the federal side was released on Monday night, and we scoured it, and a good problem to have, Representative Issa put in $3.9 million for our WRF PFAS treatment, which is what we've been pushing for, and Representative Takano put in $3.5 million for the same project. So we've got double money, which Mark will fix. We can't have double money. As much as we would like it, we only need one of those requests. So the great news is, Mark's advocacy and our team's advocacy is really landing with our representatives, and they're listening. So that's really encouraging. As far as I was in Sacramento the last couple days, so that was really productive. The primary point when it was Sarah McDonald, Michael Hadley, was to have a meeting with Wade Crowfoot, who is the Secretary of California Natural Resources, and his deputy Nancy Vogel. This is significant to get a meeting with them, and it was all about the Solve the Water crisis and how we're now moving to the next phase of Solve the Water crisis. We'll continue the education, but we're talking about the advocacy. What's the ask? So as we craft that, we want to be in conjunction, I don't want to say lockstep because we have different goals, but we want to make sure that the state sees what we're doing and that we're including what they need in there, because we want to work with the state. We don't want to, we talk a lot about the state hasn't done this, the state hasn't done that. We're not talking about our current administration. We're talking about the state as a whole hasn't invested in water. So now it's time to figure out how to include what the state needs short term. Really interesting that Secretary Crowfoot actually asked for help in short-term issues. If any of our Solve the Water Crisis coalition has good ideas on things that he could help implement in the short term, he's said, I'm all ears. And he does also agree with us that there needs to be a long-term target, that the state is not really focusing on that long-term target. So it's a great meeting. Spent a lot of time with CMUA and with KP Public Affairs trying to plan out the next phase of what we're going to do. We also landed CSDA and California Manufacturing and Technology Associations as supporters. So those are two more big steps. We also last week had two significant meetings for Solve the Water Crisis. We're starting to approach environmental groups. So we met with Ducks Unlimited and with labor. So we met with Rebuild SoCal, who represents numerous labor unions in the southern half of the state. So that was all great news. I want to thank the board for attending the employee recognition event. It was an outstanding event. We had a great time. Of course, Kevin and Tony with the entertainment value was great, but a really fun time to spend with our employees and thank them for the awards they've won and all the recognition they've won, and thank them for their ongoing great contributions to our service area. Lastly, holiday schedule. We will be closed on Monday following Christmas. Operations, of course, is never closed, so they'll be working hard if anything comes up. I'd like to wish you all a Merry Christmas. I hope you enjoy the holidays, whatever holiday you are celebrating with your families. It's a great time of the year. I want to thank you all for a great past year, and staff is really looking forward to what we're going to accomplish in 2023. So thank you very much. That concludes my comments.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Moving on to director's reports. We'll start with SAPA.
Okay, SAPA met yesterday. They approved updated reserve policies, consolidated some reserve accounts. They had something like 15 and cut them back to 9. And moved some of the numbers around. There were some accounts that had more money than they needed and others that were running lower, and they moved some back and forth. They received their annual audit report. It was a clean audit, which is what an unqualified audit, which doesn't sound good. It's an audit without qualifications, and which is what you always want to get, so that was good. They authorized the general manager to enter into an agreement for just shy of $340,000 with West Yost for a basin monitoring program task force. We are a member of that task force. We Western are a member of that task force, support the task force and its work. And they directed the general manager to prepare bid documents, Director Densett, you'll like this, for the SAPA building security and lobby improvements. Your name was
Fantastic.
mentioned, and the fact that you are going to continue to donate some time and effort to make it pretty.
Great. Okay.
And lastly, we received a legislative report kind of similar to the reports that we have received everywhere else we sit. And that was it.
Okay, thank you for that report. And yes, there were some significant improvements that needed to be made to the lobby to go with the rest of the building. Most importantly were security upgrades for SAPA, given the fact that unidentifiable, recognized, and non-staff members have entered into that building and tried to make their way through the back of the building. And that's a significant concern for staff not knowing who these individuals are. So.
Including some not friendly four-legged ones.
Yes, yes, including that. So, so hopefully we can accomplish that for staff safety as well. Moving on to the Met report, so a couple of items that I wanted to call to your attention. We had a special board meeting on Monday, which talked about performance evaluations, which were heard in closed session. We did get salary survey reports, and the one thing that was an item of discussion was for discussion of approval of a compensation package for the general manager, general counsel, and the ethics officer. There is actually another direct report, which is the auditor for the district. They are currently in the process of making a selection. We actually heard from some individuals who were brought in for interviewing for that position. It was done in closed session, and no report is being made as to the result of that until at the time appropriate, when somebody is accepted an offer and will be introduced to the rest of the board. In terms of the compensation for the general manager, I was a little taken back with the discussions and where it went, that the proposed increase to the general manager's salary was 16%. Given the fact that the labor unions represented at Metropolitan, the employees received 3%. I voted no against the 16% raise. And it was pointed out by a few individuals, perhaps after the meeting, but the salary now for the general manager at Metropolitan is larger than what the governor receives for the state of California. We also had a discussion at the board meeting on the regular board meeting day. And one of the big ticket items that was actually very interesting to me was the fact that there was a grant for $80 million that was awarded by the State Water Resources Control Board that authorized, staff wanted to authorize the hiring of 17 additional staff members with its FTEs, and to increase the count for the Pure Water Southern California program. What's interesting about this grant was the fact that it does not require a match, nor does it require a payback. And so even if this program of Pure Water doesn't move forward as expected, there is no repayment of an $80 million grant. So I found that to be so incredibly unusual that there was no match and no payback if you didn't have your project completely go forward. So those were kind of the highlights. Everything else were contracts that were approved and moved forward on the agenda. And we are going to be doing a change of leadership here soon. I did attend yesterday the reception for outgoing chair Gloria Gray, which was hugely attended by some very prominent members of the community, a lot of members from Inglewood, and members of Congress, past state senators, and a lot of directors that currently sit on the board and previous directors. So it was standing room only at her reception, and where she was honored for her many years of service as the chair. Okay, that will conclude those reports. Moving on to Chino Basin.
Not until next year.
Okay, thank you very much. CDA.
Already reported.
Okay. RCRA.
RCRA and SURA will meet next year. So they are dark this month.
Okay, thank you. WRCOG, we did have a strategic visioning session and a goal-setting workshop that was done here in this building. So we offered the space for WRCOG's executive committee to come here and do some work on that. So there will be a formal document that will be placed forward to talk about what WRCOG's focus are and what their goal setting is and what that mission will be identified going into 2023. So we had about 9 members, I believe, participate in that, and we're here for several hours to discuss it with the executive director, and we will be sharing that when that document is complete. Okay. Anyone have any reports for Aqua?
Madam President?
Yes.
Just kind of as a follow-on to Craig's report of the meeting with Secretary Crowfoot, Nancy Vogel was one of the speakers in a roundtable discussion of, the title was Unpacking the Governor's Water Plan. And that conversation didn't have anything from her about long-term planning or storage or help with short-term solutions other than conservation and supporting the environment with water flow where that's needed. So I see this as some substantial progress and really want to congratulate Craig and the Western team and all of the other Solve the Water Crisis folks who have been involved in moving the secretary and his staff from where they were to where they are. So good work. Thank you. Thank you. And let's see. We in our reports last time we did not mention the award that Western received from the Aqua JPIA, and I think that was significant and it's important. Our employees, once again, are being careful and conscious and not needing to file claims, and we get money back for that. And it's a good thing, and congratulations to all of you. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Aqua, as far as Region 9 is concerned, we have had a number of meetings. We hope to put forward a meeting schedule for 2023, but we are also setting up a tour to look at some projects and things going on down in the Coachella Valley. That is part of Region 9, and so we'll be bringing more details forward with that for people to be able to sign up, and we're working on that, so more to come. We're in the process of getting down to the details. So happy to share all of that with you when we've finalized all that. Okay, moving on to director's comments. I will start off with Director Rizvi.
Last weekend, we had the tour of the wetlands in Prado Dam with the Water Task Force series. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I had no idea how the wetlands look like and what's being done there. So that was with Orange County Water and what's going with, with the Prado Dam, the project that's coming up. So I was really blown away about, of how this amazing, right at our corner front yard, we always see going through the 71 freeway of what's going on. So that was really remarkable. So I would like to thank the series and Michael and everybody who put the tour together for us to really visualize of what's we hear all the updates from the different agencies. So that was really great, and I thank the staff for that. And with that, I would like to wish everyone a happy holidays, and we will see everyone next year, so a happy new year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Roten?
Just a couple. I did want to share that I attended for Watermaster a online safe yield workshop, and there is so much to learn about Chino Basin Watermaster. So probably the first at least half or 2/3 I listened. It was a lot of data driven, stuff, trying to comprehend it. But at the end, they did what I thought was a great discussion with anyone that was on the meeting about how the different agencies are looking at if and when we get outdoor watering restrictions. How are those going to be looked at? So I thought it was just a great conversation starter. No one really seemed to have any kind of a really great, solution or whatever, but they were talking about it. So I think that was really important. So I enjoyed the latter part much more than the first part. And I was able to attend the State of Riverside County on December 8th. That was the first one, and Director Denstadt was there. First one in person in 4 years. So there was a real buzz in the room, and I think there were almost 500 people there. Really enjoyed it, hearing all the different things that are happening in the county, and seeing some camaraderie and some partnerships, and hearing Jeff Van Wagenen speak. It sounded like to me like he's trying to create a culture of taking all these different separate resources that the county offers and linking them so that folks don't just find out about one thing, they're sort of warm handoff to all the different things that they need. So I really liked that, and I actually heard him speak a second time, like within the week, and that same tone was coming through his talk, so I appreciated that. Went on the Prado Dam and Wetlands Tour, fascinating. It was the most beautiful day, and the view from, especially up on top of the dam, was just beautiful, and I had no idea. I knew that Orange County Water District had like offices or buildings there, but I had no idea it was the wetlands. And I've been to Rahaga's shooting area, but not, you just drive right past Orange County, WD. So that was really neat, hearing how they're utilizing those ponds and how they upkeep the ponds and how it's helping to clean the water. And it was pretty fascinating. So.
Is the mural gone?
Yes, yep, it's gone, but I think by either February or March, they're expecting to have it back. And then in like 3 years after that, they're gonna raise the spillway, so it'll go away again, but it will come back again. So there will be a time when they have to take it back off and then put it back on. So, and I know that was such a long effort to to get all that taken care of. And they are, I asked sort of an off-topic question about the Santa Ana River Trail, and they are working on incorporating segments of that into this project that they're doing there, because that dam is such a pinch point for the trail and trying to figure out how to get through it or around it. So it was very cool. And I too want to wish everyone Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, all the wonderful holidays that come at the end of the calendar year, and looking forward to a great 2023. So that's it.
Thank you. Director Torres.
Thank you. I just, I wanted to start my comments out with saying, thanking all the members of the public that have been enduring this, essentially this process for the last 4 board meetings, for coming out and speaking, saying such kind words. But I wanted to, I don't even know where to look, but I wanted to just say a couple of words to the members of the public, letting them know that this censure is about me standing up for what I believed was right, and regardless of what happened today, that's not going to change. I do look forward to trying to work better with my colleagues, but ultimately my job is to work for you. And the message was loud and clear that not only was I reelected because I had something to say, but that my voice the members of the public don't want my voice to be silenced. So I'm here for you. I will not stop asking the hard questions. I will not stop trying to bring more transparency to this board wherever I can and whenever I'm asked. And so thank you. Thank you for everyone that came out, of all the messages that I received after that article came out. These are heartfelt comments, because that's exactly where all of my actions come from. With that being said, I just wanted to say, invite everybody. I am tomorrow participating in a tour of toys. We're passing out toys throughout the Inland Empire. You can go on my social media, Gracie Torres, and see where those different stops are. If you know any families in need, we'll be giving away over 2,000 toys in the Inland Empire. We're partnering with the Hoop Bus, which is a bus that has a hoop on it and celebrates basketball. And then lastly, yes, happy holidays to everyone. I attended the menorah lighting in downtown Riverside, which is the first time I've ever been to an event like that, and it was absolutely beautiful. I hope everyone enjoys those types of traditions with their own families this weekend, and I will see you after the new year. Happy 2023.
Okay. Director Gardner.
Thank you. I too went on the Prado tour, and I had known about everything we saw, but I'd not seen it up close previously. And one of the things that I think we don't really talk about very much, but the duck pond area, it was originally built as duck ponds for hunting. But they found that the nitrate level in water in the duck ponds and downstream from the duck ponds was significantly lower than the nitrate level upstream of the duck ponds. And did some research and found out that that's caused by microorganisms that live on the bottom of the duck ponds. And so that really is the purpose of the duck ponds now. They've been purchased from the private owner and are now controlled by Orange County Water District, and Orange County itself, I believe, has money in it. But that real function is to reduce nitrate in the water that flows on down the Santa Ana to Orange County and is percolated into the ground, then pumped back out as their potable water. Roughly half the flow of the Santa Ana River goes through the duck ponds. There's discussion of moving upstream and diverting half the water further upstream and doing a similar kind of a treatment. They're looking for places to acquire the property to do that, and that would be a big benefit from wherever that facility is downstream to Prado, in addition to the benefit downstream from Prado. So I think that was important. I was unable to attend the Hanukkah festival this year, but I'm glad that some of our board members were there. Fauzi, I saw your picture, and I think it's particularly important that different faiths support each other. And I was glad to see that, and I want to wish happy holidays, whatever it is you celebrate, to all of our staff, my fellow board members, and public that's still with us. At my house, it's Christmas, but whatever it is at your house, I hope it's the best ever.
Can I add one more quick thing?
Yes.
I would be remiss if I did not say that the panel discussion and lunch after the tour was wonderful, and it was nice that some folks who couldn't join the tour were able to come for that discussion. So I want to make sure that those speakers didn't feel left out, because they were very good.
Okay. Thank you. Just a couple comments. I wanted to thank the employees for the recognition event. What a wonderful event. It's always so nice to hear about everything that our employees are trying to do to make this organization what it is, and the savings that goes into that, and all of the efforts that are put forward by staff in order to make those opportunities come to fruition, and that they work very hard at doing that. And so I wanted to make sure, and the committee that set that event up, it was a wonderful event. They did a great job in planning that. So thank you so much for all the employee committee that did that. And then one of the things that I was so fascinated with, and the colleagues that joined me there, I hope you appreciated too, the fact that I asked all of our employees in the room who received an award in the last year with their department, from IT to strategic communications to, all the awards that we received. It's incredible when you have an organization that has so many people stand, right? To be recognized for those efforts. And it wasn't just one or two people. It was, a good half of the room, if not more, in doing that. So kudos to staff. That's what it's all about. We appreciate your hard work, your commitment, and your dedication to what you put into this agency and how you move us forward. I also, as you, Director Roten pointed out, I did the State of the County. That was a well-attended event, so very nice. And I've gone to a couple of events too where there have been our cities within our division here within Western have had a number of council members come in new, leave old, and to recognize those individuals for their outstanding public service. So I was honored to attend those events on behalf of us, and recognize other elected officials for their good work that they have done over the many years. And last night's event for the mayor at Marietta was standing room only, and I was really impressed with the fact of how many previous mayors and council members turned out for that event, which was, I've been to almost every one of those, and since the city has moved into the new city hall, and that was a first to see that head count. I wish they would have taken a picture of all of them. I wish they would have, but they didn't. It was too much chaos going on and seating new council members and whatnot. So really nicely attended event. And then last but not least, I also wanted to wish everyone a happy holidays. I always try to go through the variety of different things. My aunt likes to say Merry Kalikamaka, which is from Hawaii. Happy Hanukkah for those people that celebrate that. Joyeux Noël for the French. Merry Christmas is what I celebrate. Feliz Navidad is also very prominent. I look forward to the tamales that are going to be put together this weekend, so I'm really excited about that. And I just hope that, today's events are hopefully behind us at this point, and I hope that this board can move forward to a better, more prosperous, collaborative, collegial 2023. And I sincerely wish all of you a happy holidays with your families, however you choose to celebrate that. Request for future agenda items. Any board members? Okay, hearing none. We have information items that are contained in your packet for you to peruse at your leisure, should you so choose to do that. Our next regularly scheduled board meeting will be on Wednesday, January the 4th, 2023. It's going to take a little bit of time to get used to that. I'll keep writing down 2022 for a while. So with that, we will go ahead and call the meeting adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone, for your participation and attendance today. We really appreciate it.